Chapter 656. The Demon Emperor's divine decree arrived, conferring Dong Huang Changyue the title of Demon Emperor. From today onwards, he was the Demon Emperor that everyone in the Demon Court had to respect. He also knew the location of the relic that contained the method to open the gates of hell. It was in the primal chaos, and it was very unstable. It could barely withstand the impact of an early-stage immortal emperor. If an early-stage immortal emperor were to unleash his full strength, this ruin would definitely collapse and be engulfed by the primal chaos. Only god emperors and below were allowed to enter. Moreover, demon emperors were not allowed to use the fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell unless it was absolutely necessary. The other three factions also sent peak celestial kings to the ruins with celestial emperor treasures. Sun Wuxuan drove the chariot, and the sky-devouring python dragged the chariot into the primal chaos. With an immortal emperor like him around, they could be a little more arrogant. Amidst the endless primal chaos, it was dusky and looked extremely empty. All the major forces entered the primal chaos. Jiang Changkong entered a spatial crack, and when he reappeared, he was already in the primal chaos. The celestial spirit floated beside him. Within the celestial energy, there was a trace of primal chaos aura. Unexpectedly, it was not affected by the primal chaos. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. How do you plan to bring this king in? That relic is already riddled with holes. There's more than one entrance. A faint smile appeared on the Xianling's face. After all of them enter, the heavenly god of justice can enter from another entrance. Do you know a lot about the ruins? Jiang Changkong frowned. I discovered it by chance. I don't really know much about it. The immortal spirit sped up and charged towards the ruins. The ruins were not far away, and his secondary body had already arrived. The other three factions also had immortal emperors protecting them, but they weren't as powerful as Sun Wuxuan. The immortal spirit suddenly attached itself to his body, causing Jiang Changkong to frown. Just as he was about to speak, the immortal spirit whispered, "Don't worry. This king only wants you to enter quietly." Jiang Changkong felt as if he had disappeared. No, it was as if he had merged with the chaos. They were one with the primal chaos, inseparable. They went around the immortals of the four factions and approached the ruins. A dilapidated palace appeared in Xiao Chen's line of sight. It swayed in the primal chaos as if it would crumble at any moment. There were holes everywhere in the palace, but no one had entered. His secondary body replied that there was another world inside. The fairy spirit took him in through a hole. Jiang Changkong's vision blurred, and he found himself in a dark area. Endless death qi surged, just like the Yellow Springs lineage's self-sealing ground. But this place was stronger and more sturdy. The immortal spirit had already left. He didn't even know when it had left. Jiang Changkong hid in the thick death qi and waited patiently for his secondary body to find him. This time, other than the Demon Emperor, the Demon Master had also come. There was also a heaven-devouring python at the peak of the Immortal King realm. The Demon Court did not only rely on a Demon Emperor. The Demon Master also had to make contributions to redeem his lost face. As for the other three forces, the Divine Court had Ji Chang'an, but he did not know the other two. There were two familiar faces from the Heavenly Court, pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Ziwei, and one he had never seen before. He did not know anyone from the Immortal Court. The Heavenly Tomes had already lost their effect in the primal chaos. Demon Sovereign, where are we going now? The heaven-devouring python asked. It was the same everywhere here. There was only the aura of death. He didn't know how to find it. Kuin, you said indifferently, why don't we split up? If you find anything, send a message. Sure, the Demon Emperor said lightly, and he could inform his main body to take action. The Demon Master and the heaven-devouring python left right away. They didn't want to stay with the Demon Emperor any longer. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly Kings also split up and searched the ruins. After Kuin Yu and the heaven-devouring python left the Demon Emperor, they gathered together and didn't split up. Demon Master, are we really going to abandon the Demon Emperor? The heaven-devouring python looked around anxiously. The Demon Emperor was a ruthless person and wasn't as forgiving as he said he was. The heaven-devouring python that offended him was still pulling the carriage. He didn't want to become the second heaven-devouring python. Kuin-Yu said coldly, he bullied your heaven-devouring python lineage, and you still want to follow him. After all, we are here for the Demon Court's mission. We should focus on the mission. The heaven-devouring python said, what does the mission have to do with Donghuang Changyue? Kuin-Yu laughed coldly. You and I are both at the limit of Celestial King. Without the support of the Demon Court, how can we become Celestial Emperors? As long as we find the way to open the underworld and complete the mission, the Demon Emperor will definitely reward us. Celestial Emperors, no matter which faction they were in, they were members of the highest level. They weren't on the same level as Celestial Kings like them. No matter how powerful a limit Celestial King was, they weren't Celestial Emperors. The Demon Court could command Celestial Kings, but not Celestial Emperors, especially someone like Sun Wuxuan who was at the limit of Celestial Emperors. With the sea calming divine needle, they were invincible as long as Celestial Sovereigns didn't appear. The heaven-devouring python was tempted. He didn't think about the Demon Emperor anymore. Completing the mission and getting the reward was the most important. He would let the Demon Emperor slowly find it himself. Kuin-Yu plucked one of his feathers and blew on it. It turned into thousands of little Kuin-Pungs and spread their wings. The heaven-devouring python turned into countless little snakes and searched the ground. They worked together, one searching the sky and the other searching the ground. It was foolproof. The other 3 factions had similar methods. Kuin-Yu's main body flew into the sky and flapped his wings. The deathly energy separated. That is, suddenly a face appeared in the deathly energy, a face that he would never forget in his life. No, this must be my illusion. Why would Jiang Changkong come here? Kuin-Yu shook his head vigorously. This was a ruin related to the underworld. Only the 4 factions knew about it. How could Jiang Changkong know? Even if he knew, there were 4 celestial emperors guarding outside. How could he run in? This must be my illusion. There might be an array formation hidden here. The immortal array in the ruin is trying to affect my mind. Kuin-Yu snorted coldly. He couldn't be affected. He had to run first. Although it was fake, this immortal array was so strange. He had to find a place to calm down and think carefully about how to break this place. Kuin-Yu. A cold voice sounded. Kuin-Yu was shocked to find that Jiang Changkong had appeared beside him. This is fake. This is an illusion. He kept warning himself. A cold light slashed towards Jiang Changkong. He raised his palm and the cold light was destroyed. The deathly energy fled frantically. Kuin-Yu's neck tightened and he screamed in horror. This is not an illusion. This is King real. He's taking the resources I just obtained from the Demon Master's spatial equipment, as expected of the Demon Master, Jiang Changkong said faintly. Another million essence, energy, and spirit. He suddenly didn't want to kill this guy. Every time they met, this guy would give him a gift. He could harvest continuously and was very good at accumulating wealth. Demon Master. The sky-devouring python flew over with boundless, deathly energy. Kuin-Yu's wings and claws were flapping, but he couldn't struggle. Fortunately, his throat loosened and he hurriedly yelled, "Hurry up and invite the Demon Emperor." Jiang Changkong. The sky-devouring python. Didn't we stop playing with the Demon Emperor? Why the hell are we going to invite the Demon Emperor now? Holy F***CK, the heavenly god of justice, Jiang Changkong? Why is this guy here? The sky-devouring python was scared out of his wits. He turned around and ran, activating his power to the extreme. However, he didn't succeed. His speed was pitifully slow in Jiang Changkong's eyes. Chapter 657. The heaven-devouring python had more resources than the demon master. He had 3,000,000. Although this supreme godly king was not as good as the demon master, he was still stronger than ordinary supreme godly kings. Jiang Changkong, the demon king, is here too. If you dare to touch me, the demon king will definitely not let you off. Kuan Yu threatened fiercely. However, his words were very powerless. That was because the demon king was on good terms with this heavenly god of justice. They would not attack. The heaven-devouring python was also trembling. My brothers are pulling the carriage for the demon king. The demon king will stand up for me. In despair, they could only use the name of the demon king. They hoped that this heavenly god of justice would spare their lives for the sake of the demon king. They had completely forgotten that they had wanted to get rid of the demon king and make a contribution themselves. Demon master. Jiang Changkong let out a soft sigh and loosened his grip. Forget it. This king will spare you this time. Kuan Yu heaved a sigh of relief. His life was finally saved. The heaven-devouring python saw hope. The name of the demon king was indeed useful. In the future, it would be better for him to follow the demon king. The demon master was too useless. How many times had it been? Jiang Changkong left. Killing the demon master now was a bad deal. It was better to let him continue to be a treasure delivery boy. After confirming that Jiang Changkong had really left, the demon master and the heaven-devouring python lay on the ground and panted. It was too terrifying. They had no way to resist. Facing Jiang Changkong was like facing the immortal emperor. It made the demon king feel despair. After 15 minutes, the two of them calmed down. The heaven-devouring python looked at Kuan Yu and asked, Demon Master, why didn't you take out the immortal emperor treasure and fight him? Kuan Yu, and then give the immortal emperor treasure to Jiang Changkong? The heaven-devouring python said with a disappointed expression. The demon master and I are both at the peak of the immortal king realm. If we use the immortal emperor treasure at the same time, we can definitely suppress Jiang Changkong. Kuan Yu frowned. I know Jiang Changkong's strength. Even with an immortal emperor treasure, he can't take him down. Demon Master, you think too highly of him. With our immortal emperor treasures, we can definitely capture Jiang Changkong alive. The heaven-devouring python solemnly said. Kuan Yu sneered. What a joke. You couldn't even escape just now. How are you going to fight him? That is because I don't have an immortal emperor's treasure. If it was in my hands, how could I let Jiang Changkong be so arrogant? The heaven-devouring python confidently said. Kuan Yu was in a daze. It was as if he was looking at his past self. At that time, he found an excuse for himself that he didn't have an immortal emperor treasure. Otherwise, he would have killed his way into the holy ground and nailed Jiang Changkong to the ground. After he obtained an immortal emperor's treasure and killed his way into the Holy Land, he was nailed to the ground by Jiang Changkong. After that, he found an excuse that he was injured and had consumed too much energy. In the end, he lost the Wu-slaying sword and almost died at the hands of Jiang Changkong. This heaven-devouring python was the same as him back then. He was also looking for an excuse. He wasn't willing to accept the fear just now. Kuan Yu saw through everything. He wouldn't be so stupid to hand the immortal emperor treasure to him and let him become the treasure boy snake. Jiang Changkong. The heaven-devouring python's gaze suddenly froze. Kuan Yu's expression changed. Jiang Changkong, who had left, had returned. I heard that you brought the immortal emperor treasure. Cold word spread. Kuan Yu shivered. He directly took out the phoenix spear and threw it to the heaven-devouring python. He spread his wings and fled. He had the fastest speed. He could definitely escape. As for that stupid heaven-devouring python, he wanted to suppress Jiang Changkong. He forcefully took the immortal emperor treasure. He was the one who lost it. So be it. As long as he wasn't the treasure boy bird, it was fine. The heaven-devouring python looked at Kuan Yu's fleeing figure. He was a little confused. However, he was even more determined. The Demon Master was a piece of trash. He kept the immortal emperor treasure. Jiang Changkong, who had returned, turned into a small snake and returned to his body. He used demonic energy to create this. The trash Demon Master was already scared out of his wits. He couldn't even see through such a small trick. The heaven-devouring python also left. However, he first contacted the Demon King. Great Demon King, subordinate heaven-devouring python has something to report. The jade token flashed. The Demon King's voice sounded. Did you find the method to open the underworld? No, Demon King, it is something else. We met Jiang Changkong. Demon Master was so scared that he lost the immortal emperor treasure. I risked my life to get it back. The heaven-devouring python said emotionally. He was the hero who got the immortal emperor treasure back. Demon Master Koinyu? That was just a trash who ran away. The Demon King paused for a moment. I will come and find you now. Yes. The heaven-devouring python said respectfully. In the dark space, Jiang Changkong was stunned. The heaven-devouring python's actions really caught him off guard. What did he mean by taking the immortal emperor treasure and being able to suppress him? It was all a lie to Koinyu. Koinyu didn't fall for it. He wasn't willing to hand over the immortal emperor treasure, so he created him. After getting the immortal emperor treasure, he didn't hesitate to contact the Demon King to express his loyalty. This immortal emperor treasure was proof of his loyalty. If he didn't bring anything, why would the Demon King accept him? Jiang Changkong left. He went to find the other heavenly kings. There were also 3 factions and 9 heavenly kings. They were all at the peak of the immortal king realm. As long as each of them had 1,000,000, he would have the resources to perfect his Xian technique or Dao body. At that time, he would be half a peak immortal king. The Demon King arrived quickly. The heaven-devouring python knelt down and offered the treasure. Demon King, this is the immortal emperor treasure. Thank you. The Demon King accepted the phoenix spear. What would Feng Jiu's expression be like after he left? He was looking forward to it. Where is the Demon Master? The heaven-devouring python said angrily. Koinyu is despicable and shameless. He is as timid as a mouse and ran away. At the crucial moment, I suddenly thought of the Demon King and felt my strength increase greatly. I forcefully took the immortal emperor treasure. I was able to take back the immortal emperor treasure because of the Demon King's aura. The Demon King, you are only a peak immortal king. What a pity. No matter how strong my aura is, I can't support you from so far away. However, he didn't expose the heaven-devouring python's flattery. He didn't ask for the details. Follow me to find the Demon Master. Now that Jiang Changkong is here, we don't know what dangers there are in the ruins. We have to work together to complete the mission. The Demon King is magnanimous. You don't care about the past and are wholeheartedly working for the Demon Court. I admire you. The heaven-devouring python flattered him again. The Demon King's expression was a little unnatural. He brought him away. They had to find the Demon Master Koinyu, but he wasn't sure if they would find him in the end. If he died in the ruins, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't save a dead immortal king, especially in the primal chaos. Even sages couldn't do it. The 2 of them flew in the air and chased after the direction that Koinyu left in. Boom! A golden light came from afar. It was dazzling and pierced through the deathly aura. Demon Master Koinyu's shrill cries could also be heard. It's the Demon Master. The Demon King hurriedly brought the heaven-devouring python over. The heaven-devouring python wasn't afraid that Koinyu would expose him. He could just give an excuse that the Demon King returned. What else could Koinyu do? Countless deathly auras condensed into many mysterious patterns. That was an immortal formation. Bird feathers flew and demon blood splattered. Koinyu was in an extremely miserable state. Chapter 658. The Monster King stepped into the immortal formation. The heaven-swallowing python wanted to follow, but was stopped by the Monster King. This was an immortal emperor formation. Even though the ruins were on the verge of collapsing, ordinary peak immortal kings wouldn't be able to block it. If he had the immortal emperor treasure, Kuan Yu would at most be in a sorry state. But now his immortal emperor treasure had been tricked by the heaven-swallowing python. Without the immortal emperor treasure, the immortal formation's attack had severely injured him. The thick immortal emperor treasure turned into 8 Hades dragons. They weren't serpents, but real divine dragons. They looked exactly like real dragons. Each of them had the power of a peak god king. 2 of them were peak immortal kings. The Hades dragons tore their feathers, and the immortal formation sealed the space. His top speed was useless here. Kuan Peng's blood splattered. Kuan Yu screamed in pain as a Hades dragon tore off a large piece of his flesh. He wanted to consume the pill, but Jiang Changkong had already taken it away. Kuan Yu was in despair. He screamed in pain, hoping that someone would come and save him. The heavens were still on his side. The Monster King came. He stepped into the immortal formation and suppressed it with a power that surpassed peak immortal kings. The 8 Hades dragons charged at the Monster King at the same time, abandoning Kuan Yu. Roar! The Hades dragons roared. The immortal formation's patterns were like meridians, stabilizing their bodies. Buzz! Extreme power exploded. The Hades dragon's body glowed with gray chaotic light and golden crow light. The aura of death was dissipating, and the abyss dragon stopped in the air. Under Kuan Yu and the heaven-swallowing python's terrified gazes, they melted like snow in the sun. The celestial formation also shattered and lost its divine might. Monster King is invincible. The heaven-devouring python's excited voice came over, trying his best to flatter him. Kuan Yu, why was the Monster King here? And with the heaven-swallowing python? Could it be that the Monster King had come as soon as he ran? Monster Master, are you okay? The Monster King destroyed the immortal formation and asked with concern. Kuan Yu came to his senses and quickly said, "Thank you, Monster King." The Monster King said calmly, "It's good that you're fine. Be careful and don't be too rash." "Yes," Kuan Yu answered, not knowing what else to say. If it was in the past, he would definitely not appreciate it. But now, there was still a Jiang Changkong in the dark. Who knew if he would come over to kill him? Just now, he had already left and returned. It would be safer to follow the Demon Emperor. Jiang Changkong would not kill the Demon Sovereign in front of him. The heaven-swallowing python had survived Jiang Changkong's attack. Demon Emperor, there's something down there. The heaven-devouring python's gaze swept downwards, piercing through the aura of death. The spirit demon emperor brought them down. There was a hole in the ground, and there were specks of light flickering inside. With a wave of his hand, the ground split open, revealing the situation within the crater. There was a palm-sized statue of the netherworld abyssal dragon. There was also a broken black bowl with ancient bridges and rivers drawn on it. The statue was made of primal chaos divine stones. Other than its sturdiness, there was nothing special about it. The broken bowl, on the other hand, was an immortal artifact. It was only an upper grade 6 immortal artifact. If it was complete, it should be a top-tier grade 6 immortal artifact. The demon sovereign checked it for a while and did not find any clues about the way to open the netherworld. He then threw it to the heaven-swallowing python and said, "This is your reward." "Thank you, Lord Demon Emperor." The heaven-swallowing python immediately accepted it and bowed in excitement. "It's just a broken 6th grade bowl. Look at how happy you are. To think that you're only at the limit of the Immortal King realm." Demon Master Kuan Yu felt disdain, but for some reason he felt a little envious. No, how could he be envious? He was a demonic master. He did not care about this kind of trash. Furthermore, he did not want the reward from this, mixed for a demonic monarch. On the other side, Jiang Changkong had just cleared an immortal array. There were many celestial arrays hidden in this dark relic. If one was not careful, Even a peak celestial king would die. He had some gains here as well. It was just a stone that was equivalent to a grade 6 medium immortal weapon. To him, it was just trash. I'll leave it for my friends. It's not a bad idea to play with it. Golden light flashed in front of him as the 9-storied pagoda released a golden radiance. Purple chi overflowed into the heavens, spreading for 30,000 miles. The golden light broke through the aura of death. An immortal sword slashed the nether dragon. The 3 heavenly kings entered the formation at the same time and worked together to break it. 3 peak celestial kings attacked with all their strength, and the immortal array collapsed. As the immortal array collapsed, a hole appeared below. The treasures the 3 took out were not good things to them. The 3 heavenly kings were a little disappointed and were about to leave. Heavenly King Ziwei and pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's pupils constricted at the same time. They saw a figure. It was someone who should not be here. This place is dangerous, but with our strength we can deal with it. Why don't we split up for now? Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said. Heavenly King Ziwei's eyes flashed. That's a good idea. We can speed things up this way. The other Heavenly King did not think much. Be careful. If there's danger, contact us immediately. The 3 heavenly kings split up. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King first found a random direction and left. Then he went around to where the figure in the dark was. Jiang Changkong hid in the deathly aura and looked at pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Why are you here? Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King had a serious expression. This matter was related to the underworld and a heavenly Tao fragment. The celestial arch placed great importance on this matter. Someone asked me to come and give you some trouble. Jiang Changkong chuckled. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's expression darkened. Heavenly God of Justice, let's not make things difficult for each other. I am grateful to you, not hostile. Jiang Changkong did not say anything. He knew who was spying on them in the dark, but he pretended not to notice. Who asked you to come here? Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King frowned and asked. I don't want to kill you. Give me your resources, and I won't make things difficult for you. I will tell you what you want to know. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King did not hesitate and threw the spatial equipment over. He could not resist Jiang Changkong's strength, so he could only hand it over. Jiang Changkong looked through the resources. He only took those that were useful to him and did not touch the rest. He returned the resources to pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. I don't know who it is either. His incarnation saw me, and he called himself Celestial Spirit. Celestial Spirit? Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King was suspicious. I have never heard of it. You are not lying to me. There is no need for that. Celestial Spirit knows this place. He can merge with the chaos and help me merge with it. It is normal that you did not discover him. Jiang Changkong did not hide it. He could not tell anyone about his deal with Celestial Spirit. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King frowned. Jiang Changkong ignored him and turned to leave. The figure in the dark followed and chased after Jiang Changkong. 15 minutes later, Jiang Changkong stopped and said indifferently, Ziwei, you still dare to follow me? Are you not afraid that I will kill you? You can cooperate with the monster emperor. Why can't you cooperate with me? Heavenly King, Ziwei sneered. I saw everything just now. You have already discovered me, but you did not expose me. Not exposing him meant that they had something to talk about. Jiang Changkong chuckled. What do you want? Heavenly King Ziwei took out his spatial equipment and said, Kill true martial Heavenly King, and I will give you the resources you want. Jiang Changkong smiled. I can take the resources in your hands easily. How can they be used as bargaining chips? Chapter 659. Do you think these resources can satisfy your appetite? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei sneered and tossed the spatial ring to Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong caught the resources and looked through them. Pagoda bearing Heavenly Monarch's resources, 1. 2 million. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei 1. 5 million. It seemed like he didn't care about these resources. There was more? I know about your deal with the Yao Monarch. The Yao Monarch can open the door for you, and so can I, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said indifferently. Kill Heavenly Monarch True Marshal for me, and there will be resources afterward. How can I be sure that you will give me resources afterward? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The Heavenly God of Justice doesn't kill innocent people. There are no innocent people in this world except mortals, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said coldly. Jiang Changkong remained silent. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei continued. I will give the resources to the Yao Monarch, and he will give them to you. Deal. Jiang Changkong agreed. Just as he was about to leave, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei spoke again. I know a little about the immortal spirits. Oh! Jiang Changkong paused. The immortal spirits were active after the primordial era and before the heavenly court. They almost destroyed the celestial world and many ancient races. They disappeared after the heavenly court was established, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said. The immortal spirits did not die out. Many of them were even immortal sovereigns. Even the heavenly court cannot be destroyed. Jiang Changkong frowned. I don't know about that. My knowledge is limited. If you want to know, I will go back and look through the ancient books, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said. Who do you want me to kill for you? Jiang Changkong sighed. Killing will not make the Heavenly Tao choose you. The Heavenly Tao cannot sense the primordial chaos, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said coldly. When there is no choice, one has to choose. You suspect that Heavenly Monarch True Marshal has the position of Heavenly Monarch Ziwei? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's voice was cold. True Marshal is inferior to me. Everyone wants to advance. Jiang Changkong felt that he had really gone crazy. He wanted to kill anyone he suspected. If those who were dangerous to him were all dead, the Heavenly Tao would have no choice but to choose him. However, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei didn't know who the immortal title belonged to, or perhaps he didn't even dare to think about it. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything else. He transformed into a streak of light and left. Heavenly King True Marshal didn't go far, nor did he try to find a way to open the underworld. He sat down at a place, and the jade tablet in his hand flickered as he contacted someone. Heavenly King True Marshal had no idea that danger was approaching. He said with a gloomy voice, think of a way to kill Heavenly King Ziwei. He has an immortal emperor treasure. Jiang Changkong was slightly taken aback. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei wanted to kill him. Heavenly King True Marshal actually wanted to kill Ziwei. Had these two Heavenly Kings gone mad? For the Ziwei immortal position for the immortal emperor? Jiang Changkong has already entered. With his grudge with that old brat Ziwei, he definitely won't let him go. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Changkong's expression froze. How did this person know that he was already here? This wasn't Kuan Yu's voice. Moreover, Kuan Yu was with his secondary body and hadn't contacted anyone. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King? If it was pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, the two of them could have killed Heavenly Monarch Ziwei in the immortal formation. What if Jiang Changkong doesn't do anything? Heavenly King True Marshal said coldly, You should know that if I want to advance, I have to replace Ziwei. The other party was silent for a while, as if thinking. All right, if Jiang Changkong doesn't do anything, I will kill Ziwei. Only then did Heavenly King True Marshal hang up with satisfaction. He stood up and was about to leave when his body suddenly stiffened. Jiang Changkong suddenly appeared in front of him with his hands behind his back. He didn't make a sound or move at all. True Marshal? Heavenly King True Marshal's expression changed. He gripped his divine sword tightly. Heavenly God of Justice, are you looking for Heavenly Monarch Ziwei? I can guide you. I'm here for you, said Jiang Changkong calmly. Heavenly King True Marshal squeezed out a smile. Heavenly God of justice has no enmity with me. Why would you come for me? Who are you contacting? Asked Jiang Changkong indifferently. You heard everything? Heavenly King, true Marshal's expression turned cold. He didn't have any hope anymore. I heard everything. Boom! Divine light exploded from the divine sword. Heavenly King, true Marshal attacked decisively. At this moment, he used all his power. The surrounding death chi surged and surged into his body, increasing his power. A death chi immortal formation appeared in the sky and formed the Netherworld Dragon. You want to fight with your life with such little power? Jiang Changkong said coldly with murderous intent. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who you're contacting. It was as if the heavens were enraged. Boundless primordial chaos surged, shattering the immortal array and sending Heavenly King, true Marshal flying. The Netherworld Dragon didn't even have the chance to show his power before disappearing. Jiang Changkong looked at Heavenly King, true Marshal, with his hands behind his back. Heavenly King, true Marshal's expression was gloomy. He swallowed the death chi and raised his power again and again. Finally, he broke through the limit. The divine sword hummed and slashed at Jiang Changkong, unable to withstand his power. Jiang Changkong sighed and raised his palm. The divine light was destroyed, and the divine sword shattered into countless pieces. A head flew into the air and landed in Jiang Changkong's hand. Chaotic divine power tried to collect the soul, but the soul exploded. A seal had been planted on it, preventing it from reading its memories. He disappeared with the head. Heavenly King, true Marshal, had more resources than Heavenly King Ziwei. He had 6 million. The rest were the Divine Court and Celestial Court. Heavenly King Ziwei was very satisfied when he saw Heavenly King, true Marshal's head. Jiang Changkong left some chaotic divine power to spy on pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. At the same time, he told Heavenly King Ziwei about Heavenly King, true Marshal's contact. He didn't mind giving this guy a scare and also reminding him. It wasn't convenient for him to appear in the Divine Court. He could consider using his identity as a monster emperor. The sacred ground he created was still in the Divine Court. Jiang Changkong walked in the darkness in search of the Celestial Court. The Monster Emperor and the other two destroyed another formation and found some trash. It was only a 5th-grade immortal artifact. Monster Emperor, I don't know when we will find the way to open the underworld if we continue like this. Kuan Yu was a little tired. He had lost his resources and pills. There was only death chi here. He couldn't even recover. He had been seriously injured before. But this Monster Emperor didn't take out pills to recover. The Monster Emperor looked at him and said, "What does the Demon Master suggest?" Monster Emperor, there must be something wrong with Jiang Changkong appearing here. He might know the way to open the underworld. Kuan Yu's eyes turned. I think we should take down Jiang Changkong first. The heaven-swallowing python was silent. He suspected that the Demon Master wanted to trick the Monster Emperor. Was Jiang Changkong someone a Celestial King could deal with? The Monster Emperor thought for a moment and agreed. Good suggestion. As expected of the Demon Master, you have the same idea as me. Kuan Yu had been inciting a fight between him and the main body. If he and the main body weren't the same person, there might really be a winner. Since he wanted to see him fight with the main body, Kuan Yu would satisfy him. Chapter 660. Monster King is wise. This was the first time Kuan Yu praised Monster King. This was the first time they thought of going together. The heaven-devouring python was somewhat worried. Demon Sovereign, Jiang Changkong's strength is somewhat terrifying. Kuan Yu was furious. Jiang Changkong is nothing. Monster King can kill him with one finger. Monster King has the Bell of Chaos to protect him. He couldn't wait for the Demon Dominator and Jiang Changkong to start a fight. It would be best if both of them were heavily injured, the kind where both of them were on their last breath. That way, he could take advantage of the situation and kill both of them. But before that, there is something I need to deal with, Monster King said. Kuan-Yu panicked. He was afraid that he would be dealt with. What is it? Monster King glanced at him. The other factions. I cannot let them take advantage of my battle with Jiang Changkong. Monster King is right. Let's get rid of the other factions first. Kuan-Yu relaxed. It was fine as long as he was not dealt with. He had the same thought too. Get rid of the other factions, and then they would both be heavily injured. In the end, he would be the only one who would benefit. If they were all dead, he would be the only one who could find the way to open the underworld. Python's eyes glowed coldly. This monster master really wasn't a good person. Don't forget, he was still here. Monster Master was strong, but he was heavily injured, and all his things were stolen. How could he not beat this bird? First, Divine Palace. Monster King crossed an endless distance and led them to the direction where the 3 God Kings had gone. They crossed the immortal formations. If an immortal formation exploded, it would be destroyed. The 3 peak God Kings of the Divine Court realm were carefully probing the area and maintaining a high level of vigilance. They had already broken a few immortal formations and found many things, but they were all trash. From these immortal artifacts, they could not tell that this was an immortal emperor ruin. Damn it, there are so many immortal formations. How long are we going to search? One of the God Kings said irritably. Ji Chang'an said calmly, let's search slowly. I believe they are having a headache, just like us. We can't keep searching like this. We don't know how many immortal formations there are. We might not have enough pills, another God King said. Although they had brought a lot of recovery pills, it wasn't an endless supply. Once they ran out, they might not even be able to leave this place. Ji Chang'an was about to speak when a vast aura swept over. An enormous being with monstrous demonic energy flapped its wings. I am here to help you solve your problems. The demonic emperor descended, and the aura of death surged. Its divine might shook everything within 10,000 miles. It was Kuan-Yu who had taken on a human form. Because the spirit demon emperor was finally going to satisfy him, he generously let the spirit demon emperor ride him. As for that king, though he was also an immortal king, how could he ride monster? Monster King Dong Huang Changyue, Ji Chang, and the other two's expressions darkened, and they said coldly, "What are you doing here?" King Demon. King Dong Huang, I Monster King is. King Dong Huang Yu. The divine sword in Ji Chang, and's hand shone with a cold light. During this period of time, I have been hearing about how powerful the Monster King is and how he can fight against the godly King of Justice. The eyes of the other 2 God Kings were cold. A divine sword appeared above their heads, and unique innate divine runes appeared on it. A figure condensed on the divine sword, displaying the power of a deity. The terrifying sword energy seemed to be above everything, exuding an aura that transcended the celestial world. Godly, Dharch treasure. The death chi in the surroundings surged, and everyone retreated 10,000. Li Kuan-Yu and the heaven-devouring python also retreated. They did not have immortal Dharch treasures. Monster King had a proud expression. You will despair. Perfect. I can test my chaotic golden crow body. My body has already surpassed the limits of a God King. With the bell of chaos, I don't know how strong it is. Now I can test it. The 3 God Kings controlled the godly Dharch sword, surpassing Kuan-Yu. The power of a deity shook the entire ruin. Monster King did not dodge. He even withdrew his divine power, planning to take it head-on with his divine body. Boom! Clang! The godly Dharch sword fell. The sharp divine sword tore apart the golden crow robe and slashed into Monster King's left shoulder. However, he only managed to cut in half an inch and could not go any deeper. What? Ji Chang and the other 2 were shocked. Kuan-Yu and the heaven-devouring python were also stunned, using only his divine body to take on a godly Dharch treasure head-on? Even a true immortal emperor would not dare to do so, unless it was the witch race. Now, Although the godly Dharch sword broke through his defense, it could only go 1 inch in. Monster King's divine body had already reached the level of a godly Dharch. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Ji Chong and the other 2 almost peed their pants. This was not something a god king could deal with. No wonder the monster race dared to say that Monster King could fight Jiang Changkong. Damn it, he really could. Despair? Monster King said expressionlessly. The divine power in his body was recovering, and the divine sword left his body bit by bit. Boundless divine power rose again. The 3 of them were sent flying, and the blood of a god king splattered in the void. They were in despair, truly in despair. He did not even make a move. Just the rippling divine power and vast divine power could injure them. How could they fight? The godly Dharch sword was sent flying. Monster King took a step forward, caught up with the sword, and held it in his hand. The divine sword buzzed, and divine power erupted. But he was no longer the same as before. This god Dharch treasure only struggled for a while. He kept the godly Dharch sword. If the god dynasty wanted to redeem it, they would have to use resources. The 3 of them had just stabilized themselves when Monster King appeared in front of them. His expression was cold, and his palm landed. Pucci! Blood splattered once more. The 3 god kings were on their last breaths. He kept the interspatial equipment and threw the 3 of them to the heaven-swallowing python. Look after them. When we get out, let the god dynasty redeem them. Monster King, don't worry. I will not let them escape. The heaven-swallowing python said coldly. Peak god kings were very precious, and they could be exchanged for many resources. 3 god kings won, 2 million each. His essence, energy, and spirit were already over 22 million. If he swept the immortal dynasty, he would definitely be able to complete his mystic art or Tao body. Monster King's divine power. Kuan Yu and the heaven-swallowing python ran over. Kuan Yu looked at the interspatial ring, hoping that Monster King would give him a few bottles of pills to help him recover. But Monster King chose to ignore him. Want pills to recover? No way. Kuan Yu was a little disappointed and a little angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Monster King was too strong. The injuries caused by the God Emperor's sword had already healed. Celestial artifacts could heal themselves, much less his chaotic, golden crow god body. Let's go and find the heavenly court. Monster King brought them away, secretly leaving behind resources for his main body to take. His main body had already rushed over to the immortal dynasty. He would go and find Ziwei and Toda to talk about life and ideals. Kuan Yu's expression was ugly, and he followed beside him silently. Pung! He was kicked, and he stared at the person who kicked him angrily. When he met the cold gaze, he squeezed out a smile. Monster King. I am going out. Monster King said calmly. You are addicted to sitting on me once. Kuan Yu regretted letting Monster King sit on him once. He was the monster master, not a mount. In the next moment, Kuan Yu spread his wings and flew up. This time, the heaven-swallowing python brought the 3 god kings to sit on Monster Master's wide back. This was what Monster King wanted. Chapter 661. The 3 peak celestial kings of the celestial court avoided the immortal formation cleverly, as if they already knew. As if they already knew this, they easily shuttled through the death chi. Why aren't we going to find Heavenly King Ziwei? One of the celestial kings asked coldly. No rush. Jiang Changkong will rush over if he knows Heavenly King Ziwei is here. The 2 celestial kings said calmly, we can't hide our strength from him. It won't be too late to go after a while. The celestial king nodded. That's fine. If Jiang Changkong doesn't kill us, we will. Jiang Changkong frowned in the death energy. Heavenly King, true marshal, contacted people from the celestial court? How did this group of people know that he was coming? And they were so familiar with this place. Were they related to the celestial spirits? Jiang Changkong didn't rush to act. He followed them in secret to see if he could get more useful information. The three celestial kings continued to pass through the immortal formation. They weren't looking for things, but putting things down. Some broken immortal artifacts were thrown into the hole covered by the immortal array. Jiang Changkong recognized these immortal artifacts. The ones his secondary body found were similar to the ones they left behind. The death energy was thick, coming from the immortal artifacts they left behind. We should remind them that the method to open the underworld is here. One of the celestial kings said after putting down another immortal artifact, let's leave here first. We might accidentally trigger it and attract them here." The two celestial kings smiled. "I wonder if Jiang Changkong killed them. It's not a bad idea to give the method to open the underworld to the Yao race. Jiang Changkong has a grudge with the Heavenly Court and Yao Court. He will definitely kill them. The people from the Divine Court aren't bad, but they shouldn't be a match for the Yao Emperor. The method to open the underworld can only belong to the Yao race." The three celestial kings discussed in a low voice and prepared to leave. Buzz! A chaotic light tore through the death energy and blocked in front of the three. "Where are you going?" Jiang Changkong looked at the three of them indifferently. His eyes were filled with coldness. "Jiang Changkong?" Their expressions changed slightly. "Why are you here?" "I was bored here, so I wandered around and met the three of you," Jiang Changkong said calmly. "Please step aside. There is no enmity between you and the Immortal Court. We don't want to be your enemy." An immortal king stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Jiang Changkong smiled calmly. "This king just remembered something. Xianling asked this king to look for you." Their expressions darkened, and their gazes turned cold. "Who told you that?" "Celestial Spirit," Jiang Changkong said coolly. "Nonsense." The three of them shouted coldly. A long saber pierced through the air, displaying the might of a celestial emperor. The innate divine rune started to awaken. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. He didn't care about an ordinary grade 7 immortal artifact at the moment. Boom! The chaotic divine energy drowned them, shattering the ancient phantoms and destroying the innate divine patterns. The three immortal kings were directly suppressed. An immeasurable amount of chaos divine power imprisoned them, locking them in the void. "Now we can talk about Xianling." Jiang Changkong looked at them coldly. He raised his palm and pressed on the forehead of an immortal king. The chaotic divine energy floated around. He wasn't in a hurry to search his soul. Immortal kings at the peak of the limit might have restrictions in their bodies. It would be best if he could get the answer out of them. If not, he could only try to search their souls. The three immortal kings looked at him coldly. "Jiang Changkong, Xianling brought you in out of kindness. You don't know how to be grateful. How dare you attack us?" "Grateful?" Jiang Changkong sneered. "It's just a deal. He took my immortal title aura. Why should I be grateful?" The three immortal kings' expressions darkened. They didn't say anything. "Not talking?" Jiang Changkong frowned. He slapped one of their heads and searched their souls with chaotic divine energy. Bang! The restriction was triggered. The soul exploded, leaving only a corpse. Jiang Changkong looked at the other two immortal kings, only to see that their life force was quickly dissipating. He injected divine energy into them, wanting to keep them alive. However, the power of the restriction was very domineering. It directly shattered their souls. "Immortal Court," Jiang Changkong muttered and collected the spatial equipment of the three. The resources were okay. The three of them added up to 65 million. It was enough to collect the resources left by the Monster Emperor. He wasn't in a hurry to find the method to open the underworld. The body of the Monster Emperor was already no less than a 7th grade immortal artifact. He could only increase the strength of the Monster Emperor by improving his mystic art. His Tao body would be put aside for now. The essence, energy, and spirit in his body were perfected. His divine power was condensed and compressed, becoming more and more vast and transforming. The Xiantian aura was very thick. The Xiantian divine pattern was perfected. Jiang Changkong felt a trace of restriction. His body was filled with Houtian impurities. He still had a long way to go if he wanted to reverse Houtian and become Xiantian. These restrictions were the laws of the immortal Tao. They were connected to the celestial world. The immortal emperor cut off the restrictions and stood above heaven and earth, jumping out of the celestial world. The heavenly Tao fragment shook again, supporting his transformation. Although the heavenly Tao couldn't control the chaos, it could control him. After all, he had the heavenly Tao fragment on him. With the support of the heavenly Tao, Jiang Changkong quickly transformed and was filled with Xiantian aura. Of course, this wasn't enough. He couldn't become an immortal emperor yet. He would only enter the immortal emperor realm when his Tao body was perfected. Jiang Changkong, peak immortal king, god king, 6th revolution mystic art, perfected, 24. 3 million / 24. 3 million postnatal chaotic Tao body, perfected, 1/24. 3 million golden crow immortal sutra, Desheng, 3037, 500/3, 037, 500 essence, energy, and spirit, 2060380, sensing the vast energy in his body. Jiang Changkong gradually retracted it, not revealing the slightest bit. He headed to the immortal array. He searched the immortal array that the 3 immortal kings of the immortal court had passed through. These people knew the method to open it and still threw immortal artifacts here. Obviously, the method to open the underworld was also hidden by them. This news was first spread from the immortal court for them to fight for. However, what puzzled Jiang Changkong was why the immortal court didn't just open it themselves. Weren't they tempted by the reward of awakening the heavenly Tao? He awakened the Holy Land, which gave him 50 million heavens power. This time, he must find the heavenly Tao fragment. If he successfully awakened it, he would definitely become an immortal emperor. The immortal array silently opened, revealing the immortal artifacts inside. Jiang Changkong took all of them and looked carefully, but there was no way to open it. He wasn't in a hurry. The 3 immortal kings said that it was here, so it shouldn't be able to escape. The small immortal arrays opened one after another, revealing broken immortal artifacts. It wasn't until he opened the 15th immortal array that a statue with a green face and sharp fangs caught his attention. Inside the statue, there was a special aura, ghost chi. Chaos divine power entered it, and streams of information surged into his mind. The method to open the underworld, a profound netherworld great array that required the blood essence of the witch race to open the underworld. Jiang Changkong wasn't from the witch race, but there was the blood essence of the witch race inside the statue. The blood essence was well preserved, and it still contained terrifying power. It was definitely not weaker than the blood essence of an ultimate god king. Celestial spirits. Jiang Changkong's heart sank. The witch race couldn't be found in the celestial world, but now there was the blood essence of the witch race inside the statue. Were the celestial spirits and the immortal court on the same side, or were they just working together like him? Chapter 662. He kept the statue. From afar, a majestic aura was quickly closing in. The giant Kuan Peng gave off boundless, deathly energy. Jiang Changkong stepped in front of the Kuan Peng. The complete connate god pattern suppressed the deathly energy within 10,000 miles. Jiang Changkong, the demon sovereign, is here. Why are you not surrendering? Kuan, you didn't give up any chance to provoke the monster emperor and Jiang Changkong to fight. He was like a clown. The heaven-swallowing python had a look of disdain. This trash monster master really lost the face of the monster race. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. He looked at the 5 people on the back of the Kuan Peng. The 3 god kings of the god palace and 2 heavenly kings of the heavenly court were all on the verge of death. Ji Chang, and looked like he saw his savior. He ignored his weakness and shouted, "God, King of Justice, save me!" A beam of golden light swept past him, causing him to scream out in pain. Kuan Yu looked at Jiang Changkong in delight. He raised his head provocatively. In exchange, the Monster Emperor stood on top of his head. The Monster Emperor felt that this was a good position. He could see far from here. "Monster Emperor, are we still going to make a deal this time?" Jiang Changkong smiled. The Monster Emperor said calmly, bargaining chips. "The method to open the underworld is in my hands. Where is the Monster Emperor?" Jiang Changkong said calmly, "They are in my hands." The Monster Emperor pointed at Ji Chang and the other two. Jiang Changkong frowned. Not enough. Ji Chang and the other two were a little unhappy, but they knew that they weren't enough. Kuan Yu was anxious. "If we make another deal, you won't fight anymore? How can I be the fisherman then?" "Monster Emperor, this Jiang Changkong is so untactful. We should kill him," Kuan Yu said fiercely. The Monster Emperor glanced at him and said calmly, 3 palms. "If I can't beat you, then I will offer more." Jiang Changkong's expression turned solemn. This king has long since thought of competing with the demonic sovereign. Kuan Yu was instantly excited. He sank down and left quickly. There would definitely be a shocking battle later. He couldn't be affected. He had to conserve his strength and be the fisherman. The demonic emperor released a shocking divine aura. Demonic energy surged, and the divine fire of the sun spread for thousands of miles. Jiang Changkong's innate divine runes filled the void as he raised his right palm. "Be careful!" With a cold shout, the two of them attacked at the same time, and their palms collided. Boom! Divine might surged out like a tidal wave, engulfing a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Kuan Yu, who had just flown out, was blown away. He didn't hide far enough. Their palms separated as soon as they touched, and both of them retreated at the same time. Mournful screams resounded as the demonic bloody light broke through the death chi. The wu-slaying sword. Jiang Changkong gripped the evil sword. Countless vengeful spirits howled and roared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the air, looking extremely ferocious. The wu-slaying sword. Kuan Yu gnashed his teeth, filled with humiliation and hatred. The appearance of the wu-slaying sword solidified his title as the treasure-giving bird. However, he was about to get it back. Once both of them were heavily injured, he would be able to wash away all his shame and obtain even greater glory. Demon, sovereign. Sun Wuxuan should have given him a grade 7 immortal artifact, right? An iron rod? Kuan Yu guessed, but in the next moment he was stunned. Screech! A cry could be heard, and the temperature increased drastically. A phoenix phantom appeared beside the demon emperor, and a flaming spear surrounded by terrifying heat. This was the immortal emperor treasure that he had lost. Shouldn't it be in the hands of Jiang Changkong? Why was it in the hands of the demon emperor? Kuan Yu looked at the heaven-devouring python, questioning him. The heaven-devouring python's expression was filled with excitement and admiration. At that time, the demon emperor appeared and scared Jiang Changkong away. Kuan Yu. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Jiang Changkong wasn't afraid of the demon emperor. Could it be that he gave him face and didn't snatch it? If he had known, he wouldn't have run away and would have waited with the heaven-devouring python for the demon emperor. Kuan Yu had mixed feelings. The two of them were using grade 7 immortal weapons, and they were both given out by him. The two grade 7 immortal weapons released their divine might as they fought, and neither was willing to give in to the other. The demon emperor manifested his golden crow body and controlled the divine phoenix spear. Jiang Changkong used the wu-slaying sword and injected his connate divine might into it. Both of them were experts comparable to immortal emperors. At this moment, the power of the grade 7 immortal weapons was almost fully activated. Boom! It was as if two immortal emperors were fighting. The void was torn apart, and the aura of death shook. Countless immortal arrays were destroyed. The two of them passed by each other. Neither was injured, but the power almost scared Kuan-Yu and the others. "Third move!" the Demon Emperor shouted. The fragments of the Chaos Bell trembled, and a phantom image formed. The ancient divine bell was surrounded by chaotic aura. The ancient divine weapon showed its divine might again. The void was cracking, and the ground was also splitting apart. Streaks of chaotic aura surged. Rumble! The chaotic aura surged, and the originally unstable ruins were about to disintegrate. The divine bell trembled slightly, and a suppressive power spread out, forcefully stabilizing the ruins. "Remember the third move," Jiang Chongkong said calmly. The Demon Emperor sighed. "You are indeed my opponent. We can't fight here anymore. If there's a chance, let's continue the third move." The divine bell dimmed, and the chaotic divine power was endless, and it wrapped around the two of them. Jiang Chongkong started to increase the Demon Emperor's power, and he threw the statue to them. Kuan-Yu looked at the endless chaotic power and the sun, divine fire seriously. He could feel the power of the Chaos Bell. The Demon Emperor was using his full strength. Was the outcome going to be decided soon? He was about to take back everything and wash away the humiliation. The heaven-devouring python was extremely nervous, and it looked at Kuan-Yu fiercely. If this trash demon master dared to do anything, it would bite him half to death. After waiting for an hour, the power of both sides gradually dissipated. The ground collapsed, chaotic aura surged in, and space was torn apart. The chaotic aura surged, wanting to assimilate the ruins. Two figures sat in the void, talking and laughing. "Kuan-Yu, you are lying to me. How is this a battle? This is clearly a chat. Bullsh *T. The Demon Emperor got up, came to Kuan-Yu's side, and threw the three people of the divine court to Jiang Chongkong. He stepped onto Kuan-Yu's back with the two immortal kings of the heavenly court. "Demon Master, let's go." "Demon Emperor, what about Jiang Chongkong?" Kuan-Yu was a little confused. Didn't they agree to kill Jiang Chongkong? My and Jiang Chongkong's strength has reached the limit of this place. Once we use the Bell of Chaos, this place will definitely be destroyed. The Demon Emperor explained patiently. Once we attack, the chaos will flood this place, and the Demon Master will be in danger. Once the Demon Emperor and Jiang Chongkong fought, it would shake the chaos and cause chaotic turbulence. The Demon Master and the heaven-devouring python didn't dare to think further. At that time, there was no second possibility other than death. At least, they couldn't resist the chaotic turbulence. Although Kuan-Yu was disappointed, he could only say fiercely, "Count that Jiang Chongkong lucky." He was a little unhappy that he didn't become the fisherman. Jiang Chongkong left the ruins with Ji Chang'an and the others. As soon as he got out, he changed direction and left. He didn't want to face the God Emperor of the Divine Court or the immortal emperors of other forces. That monkey son Wuxuan didn't know that he was the Demon Emperor's main body, and he definitely wouldn't be lenient. Seeing them come out, the immortal emperors hurried forward to welcome them. The people of the immortal court had ugly expressions. None of their people came out. "I have found the way to open the underworld," the Demon Emperor said indifferently. Son Wuxuan said happily, "Good," as expected of the Demon Emperor. "You made a great contribution the moment you took action." The Demon Emperor smiled, glanced at the people of the immortal court, and left in a war chariot. The others all returned, but their expressions were ugly. Chapter 663. Inside the palanquin, the Demon Emperor sat on the highest seat. Below him was Sun Wuxuan, two heavenly kings of the heavenly court, and a celestial emperor. This time, the Demon Emperor had captured them, and the heavenly court wanted to bring them back. No problem, they had to compensate with resources. How did Jiang Chongkong get in? The immortal emperor of the heavenly court asked solemnly. There were 4 immortal emperors guarding the ruins, but they did not discover how Jiang Chongkong entered. Heavenly monarch Ziwei remained silent. Everyone knew that he didn't have a good relationship with Jiang Changkong, so he couldn't say anything. The pagoda-bearing, heavenly king also remained silent. He couldn't let anyone know that he was in contact with Jiang Changkong. The demon king's expression became slightly serious. Immortal Emperor Qin Kong, do you know about immortal spirits? Fairy? Without waiting for Immortal Emperor Qin Kong to speak, Sun Wuxuan exclaimed in surprise, that Jiang Changkong can contact Xianling. It was Xianling who went to trade with him. She asked for an immortal mandate aura. The demon king asked, Immortal Emperor Wu Xian, how much do you know about immortal spirits? Immortal spirits are existences that should have perished long ago. After the primordial era, they were active for a period of time before disappearing. Sun Wuxuan said thoughtfully, the old ape doesn't know much about immortal essences. The specifics will have to be found in ancient texts. Immortal Emperor Qin Kong added, I've read some information in the heavenly court. I only know that immortal spirits come and go like ghosts and are experts in hiding. The demon emperor took out the statue and handed it to Sun Wuxuan. I'll have to trouble Immortal Emperor Wuxuan to open the underworld. Sun Wuxuan was a peak immortal emperor and had the support of the sea-calming divine pillar, so opening the underworld was not a problem. As for the demon larch, they would only sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Once he opened it, they would send people in to reap the fruits of their labor. Demon King, don't worry. This emperor will open the underworld as soon as possible. Sun Wuxuan accepted the statue and guaranteed. They passed through the primal chaos and arrived at the land of the ancient heaven realm. The people of the heavenly court had already left. The ransom resources would be sent over very soon. Back at the divine hall, Immortal Emperor Wu Xian went to deal with the matter of opening the underworld. Demon Master Kuan Yu had already left, but the heaven-devouring python was still there. The demon emperor asked Sun Yuan to contact Feng Jiu and summon the immortal emperor. A moment later, Feng Nine arrived with an awkward expression. Immortal Empress Feng Jiu sit. The demon emperor said indifferently. Feng Jiu bowed slightly. Feng Jiu congratulates the demon sovereign for obtaining the method to open the netherworld, suppressing the immortal king of the heavenly court and raising the prestige of the demon race. I only entered the ruins once, and Immortal Emperor Feng Jiu knows how to flatter me, the demon emperor said indifferently. Feng Jiu's face twitched as she said, Demon King, what do I have to do to make you return the immortal artifact? He couldn't be bothered to argue with this demonic emperor. He only wanted his own weapon. That damned demon master. That bastard. He had lost his weapon again. Fortunately, the demon emperor was brought back this time. Ever since I joined the demon court, I have been racking my brains for the sake of the demon court's growth. I can't sleep at night. The demon sovereign sighed. When have I ever wronged the demon clan? Have you ever let the demon master down? Let Immortal Empress Feng Jiu down? Feng Nine was slightly startled and quickly said, I, Feng Nine, will always remember the demon sovereign's contributions. I've always tolerated the demon master, and if it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't make things difficult for him. The demon master has suffered defeat after defeat. Considering his past achievements, have I ever made things difficult for him? The demon sovereign said again. No. Feng Ix's expression was solemn. He didn't understand what this demon sovereign was trying to do. For the immortal emperor, I found the heavenly god of justice and obtained the phoenix immortal scripture. Have I ever gone against the immortal emperor? I, Feng Nine, will never forget the demon sovereign's kindness. The demon sovereign's expression turned cold. But what did the demon master do? He tried to get rid of me as soon as he entered the ruins? He relied on the immortal emperor artifact to disregard the lives of his companions and the mission. He only cared about himself. The sky-swallowing python said, Lord Immortal Emperor, this time the demon master wants to trick me into abandoning the demon emperor, leaving the demon emperor alone and helpless. Feng Nine, is this demon master an idiot? What's the use of the Immortal Emperor artifact if you abandon the Demon Emperor? You still couldn't block Jiang Changkong's slap. Immortal Emperor Feng 9 felt wronged and depressed. Demon Sovereign, I thought that Immortal Emperor Wuxuan would give you the artifact, so I gave it to the Demon Master. The Demon Sovereign tapped the table with his fingertips and said calmly, "The Demon Master is now asking for credit and complaining to the Demon Dharch, right? According to him, am I an incompetent person? I've made a contribution to the Demon Court. Even if I don't ask for a reward, shouldn't you give my subordinates a reward?" Feng 9 finally understood that the Demon Sovereign said so much because he wanted some benefits. It made sense. How much had the Demon Sovereign done for the Demon Court during this period of time? And the result? The Demon Court didn't reward him at all. The title of the Demon Sovereign came a few days ago. It would have been fine if he didn't admit it before. Now that he was a true Demon Sovereign and had made a great contribution, it was time for the Demon Court to express something. At the same time, tell Immortal Emperor Feng 9 that the Demon Master and I don't get along. You better not protect him anymore. Feng 9 raised his head slightly and saw the coldness in the Demon Sovereign's eyes. Don't worry, Demon Sovereign. I will report the credit to the Demon Emperor truthfully, Feng 9 said in a low voice. Immortal Emperor Feng 9, keep the immortal artifact well. Don't lose it again. You might not be able to get it back next time. The Demon Sovereign took out the Phoenix Spear and threw it to Feng 9. Thank you, Demon Sovereign. Feng 9 took it and disappeared from the hall. The sky-devouring python immediately expressed his loyalty. I swear to be loyal to the Demon Sovereign. You are also tired. Go and rest. The Demon Sovereign waved his hand. The sky-devouring python respectfully retreated, but he didn't rest. Instead, he went to report to Sun Yuan. He wanted to become a demon under the Demon Sovereign. The Demon Sovereign got up and left to find Sun Wuxuan, who was studying the statue. Demon Sovereign? Sun Wuxuan was puzzled. Didn't he leave the matter to him? The Demon Sovereign felt that there were some things he had to explain to this monkey. Otherwise, it would be bad if he chased after his main body one day. I have something to tell you. I wonder if Immortal King Sun Yuan has told the Immortal Emperor the Demon Sovereign told him about the cooperation with Jiang Changkong. The cooperation with Heavenly King Ziwei was also mentioned, but it wasn't too detailed. Sun Wuxuan frowned slightly. That heavenly god of justice is growing too fast. His combat power is too terrifying. Even the old ape is not confident that he can stop him. Don't worry, Immortal Emperor. I can suppress him with the bell of chaos, the Demon Sovereign said confidently. Sun Wuxuan was obviously worried that if he allowed Jiang Changkong to grow, he would become too strong in the future. Seeing the Demon Sovereign's confidence, the sky-devouring python didn't hide anything. The Demon Sovereign could suppress the heavenly god of justice. In that case, let's not touch him for now. Don't open the door of convenience. It won't be good if the Demon Court finds out, Sun Wuxuan said. It's better not to touch him. The Demon Sovereign smiled faintly. The door of convenience must be opened. Only with enemies can my position be more stable. Sun Wuxuan thought for a while and looked at the Demon Sovereign in surprise. He smiled. That makes sense. It's more beneficial for the Demon Sovereign if he's alive. Even if Jiang Changkong grew up, the Demon Sovereign would suppress him. It would be best if he grew to the point that only the Demon Sovereign could suppress him. At that time, all the forces would have to rely on the Demon Sovereign to take action. The Demon Sovereign definitely wouldn't think of a way to remove him from the Demon Sovereign position. Of course, that also depended on whether this heavenly god of justice could be nurtured. Chapter 664. Jiang Changkong had connected himself to his main body through a unique connection and borrowed the power of the mountain of flowers and fruits. In this way, he would have an additional layer of protection and truly obtain the convenience of the demon race. Sun Wuxuan was an immortal emperor, and he was not familiar with him. If he did not find an excuse, Sun Wuxuan would definitely not let him off. He found a random divine planet and started to rest. In the void, immortal light shone once more. The immortal spirit had appeared. Jiang Changkong opened his eyes. What kind of deal are you here for? Jiang Changkong, why didn't you kill Heavenly Monarch Zue when you had such a good opportunity? You killed the people of the immortal court instead? Xian Ling's voice was indifferent, without the slightest hint of anger. Do I need to explain to you who I want to kill? Jiang Changkong said disdainfully. Xian Ling's voice was still flat. I'm just curious. Just tell me why you're here, Jiang Changkong said lightly. This fairy didn't seem to care if they lived or died. Xian Ling said indifferently, the Holy Land's heavenly aura. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. Who told you that? How can you understand Xian Ling's methods? The celestial spirit said proudly and continued, as long as you give me the heavenly aura, I will guide you to a good place after the heavenly realm is reformed. Immortal court? Jiang Changkong sneered. A rogue cultivator, Xian Ling said indifferently. The loose cultivators have already banded together. They are waiting for the heaven realm to regroup and unite to resist the four great forces. Rogue cultivator? How can a bunch of immortal kings and god kings survive in the hands of the four major powers? Jiang Changkong coldly spoke. Are you joking? Among the rogue cultivators, those immortal emperors will also come out. Xian Ling said indifferently, are you willing to make this deal? Just celestial emperor is probably not enough. What about celestial reverends? Jiang Changkong frowned. Enough. The immortal spirit was like a ghost, flying around Jiang Changkong. At least it can protect you for a period of time. Just like now, the immortal emperor didn't kill you. Is it an itinerant immortal emperor, secretly protecting me? Jiang Changkong frowned. Them? No, it's us. Xian Ling smiled and said, it's us who are protecting you. Otherwise, the heavenly court would have acted long ago. You guys? Jiang Changkong sneered. Why are you protecting this prince? He did not believe that the Xian Ling would be so kind as to secretly stop the immortal emperor and protect him. Because we see your potential. After saying so much, are you willing to make this deal? The immortal spirit laughed, but when the phantom laughed, its entire blurry face trembled. Just joining the Rogue Cultivator Alliance isn't enough. With my ability, I can still survive for a long time after entering the primal chaos. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, you'd better tell me how much you can give. As for secretly protecting this king does not believe that for now. Or immortal stones, Xian Ling said coldly. Sure, Jiang Changkong said indifferently, this time there will be more. You are just inviting this king to join the itinerant cultivator alliance. Xian Ling was silent for a moment, then said, only 5,000. Then you can leave. The heaven aura is much more precious than the immortal origin aura. Jiang Changkong rejected decisively. Since you don't want to make this deal, then I'll take my leave. Xian Ling snorted and was about to leave. He took a small step forward, but Jiang Changkong didn't bother with him. After flying for a distance, Jiang Changkong looked at him coldly and did not say anything. At this time, Xian Ling finally understood that this person's appetite had grown. It was not like before when he could casually dismiss this person with 3,000. His forcefulness was useless now. Xian Ling flew back and said coldly, 10,000. If you don't agree, I'll really leave. Jiang Changkong raised his eyelids and fell into deep thought. Xian Ling turned and left. Although he really wanted the heaven aura, Jiang Changkong's appetite was too big. I agree, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The void cracked, and 10,000 6th-grade peak immortal stones flew out, along with a jade token. This jade token is the symbol of your identity. The itinerant cultivator alliance's immortal divinity will sense you. After saying that, Xianling turned into light and left. Jiang Changkong held the jade token and started to count the resources. 10,000 was for million essence, energy, and spirit. Xianling, I hope Sun Wuxuan and the others can find some useful information. After extracting the essence, energy, and spirit, Jiang Changkong was puzzled. This Xianling that suddenly ran out was probably a hidden superforce. Why did they want the heaven aura, the immortal origin aura? Activating the jade token, there was no response nearby. On the other side, the Demon Emperor and Sun Wuxuan had completely grasped the method to open the underworld, and the four forces had already figured out the location of the underworld. The Demon Emperor pondered and said, Immortal Emperor, can you bring Jiang Changkong in without being discovered by the other forces? Bring him in? Why? Sun Wuxuan frowned. This matter was related to the heavenly Tao fragment, and everyone wanted to obtain it. The Demon Emperor asked him to bring Jiang Changkong in. What if Jiang Changkong took it? Which? The Demon Emperor said indifferently, the demon court only has 3 days. Who can find the heavenly Tao fragment if it is hidden? Jiang Changkong is suspected to be a witch, and with the Wu-slaying sword, he has a much better chance than us. If he finds it, will he give it to us? Sun Wuxuan asked. The Demon Emperor smiled. He can't keep it. Sun Wuxuan finally agreed. Then Old Ape will bring him there. After saying that, Sun Wuxuan tore open the void and left to find Jiang Changkong. The Demon Emperor had already told him the location, so he could go there directly. Ordinary celestial emperors could tear open the void of the celestial world. Stronger celestial emperors could directly tear open the void and reach their destination. Jiang Changkong could tear open the void now, but he was still lacking an accurate location. He went to the Demon Emperor Palace with Sun Wuxuan. Demon Emperor, when do we open the underworld? Sun Wuxuan asked. The Demon Emperor thought for a moment and looked at Jiang Changkong. Heavenly God of Justice, when do you think is the best time to go? I'll wait for the news of the celestial spirit. Jiang Changkong said indifferently and told them about the celestial spirit. Sun Wuxuan's expression turned cold. The Itinerant Cultivator Alliance? Just based on them, this emperor can sweep them all away. I'm also confused about this. How did Xianling protect me from the four forces? Jiang Changkong said. The Demon Emperor looked at Sun Wuxuan. Celestial Emperor, did you hear anything in the demon court? Sun Wuxuan shook his head. It's more appropriate to ask Fengjiu about this. I don't care about the demon court. Sun Wuxuan hid Jiang Changkong and called Fengjiu. Immortal Emperor Fengjiu, did anything big happen in the demon court recently, involving celestial emperors? The Demon Emperor asked. Fengjiu frowned and thought carefully. There is one. The Demon Emperor killed a few celestial emperors. I don't know the details. Killed celestial emperors? Sun Wuxuan asked. Why? Those celestial emperors spied on the demon court's heavenly Tao and were discovered by the Demon Emperor. Fengjiu said, because Flower and Fruit Mountain didn't pay attention to this matter, they didn't notice it. The Demon Emperor suppressed this matter and didn't spread it. Fengjiu was confused. Why did the Demon Emperor suddenly ask about this? Nothing. The Demon Emperor didn't explain. He was too lazy to explain. Urge the Heavenly Court to send resources over. Heavenly King Ziwei and pagoda-bearing Heavenly King had been brought back, but the resources hadn't been sent over yet. He could only rest assured after getting the resources in his hands. Fengjiu left and went to urge the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor couldn't send celestial emperors to kill you because something happened to the demon court. The Demon Emperor didn't agree to let Fengjiu kill you. The Demon Emperor said indifferently, let's see if anything happened to the heavenly court during that time. Chapter 665. Sun Wuxuan took them back to the celestial world. The underworld was still in the celestial world. There was an ancient mountain range some distance from the East Sea. There were broken stone platforms, broken temples, and broken walls. For celestial emperors guarded this place. Sun Wuxuan held the ocean-pacifying godly pillar and stood proudly on the stone platform. The statue of a ferocious-looking god was placed on the stone platform. Celestial light flashed in its palm, turning into ancient divine runes. Dense death energy, corpse energy, and ghost energy soared into the sky, turning into a pitch-black pillar that pierced the sky. Rumble. The world shook. The entire celestial world was shaking. Celestial energy surged, and thunder rumbled above the clouds. A cold aura swept across the celestial world. The netherworld was about to reappear in the world. There seemed to be countless ghosts wailing in the pitch-black passage, as well as countless corpses roaring. A river surged, and energy soared into the sky. Sun Wuxuan's ocean-pacifying godly pillar shone with celestial light, stirring the clouds in the sky and drawing in boundless ghost energy to cover the sky. In the void, many figures were hidden, watching the scene. Boom! A monstrous, evil energy filled the air, and a vast figure slowly appeared. It had a green face and fangs, wearing a Yama robe. Crack! The stone platform shook and emitted a stream of nether ghost energy. Amidst the boundless void, an ancient and broken world tore through the void, sensing and summoning it over. Rumble. Around the stone platform, a ghostly aura rose, and a cold intent caused everyone to feel a chill down their spines. Divine runes interwove in the void, forming a ghost formation. Yama's ghost shadow controlled the ghost formation, emitting boundless divine light that resonated with the energy below. Boom! The stone platform shook again, and under the ghost formation and Yama's ghost shadow, it turned into a door. The door opened, and boundless power surged out. Sun Wuxuan's figure retreated, somersaulting in the air for billions of miles. The other celestial emperors couldn't dodge in time and were seriously injured. The demon emperor wasn't injured under Sun Wuxuan's protection. The underworld has such power. Sun Wuxuan chuckled. It's the power accumulated for many years, plus the collision of returning to the celestial world. This power is not bad. It can make those four suffer a bit. I've already sent a message for them to come. Hurry up, let's go in first, the demon emperor said. Sun Wuxuan once again appeared in front of the door, and a cold, sinister aura spread out. Inside was a gloomy passageway. Golden light shone from his eyes, piercing through the darkness. After passing through the passageway, a door appeared in front of them. It was Hell's Gate. The door was also open. After passing through, Sun Wuxuan was stunned by what he saw. It was boundlessly vast and flat. In the extreme distance, there was a barren black mountain. The underworld seems to have changed a lot. The demon sovereign and Jiang Chongkong flew out. It's a flat plain, no ghosts. Split up and search. Sun Wuxuan took out 6 strands of monkey fur and gave 3 to each of them. If there's any danger, use the monkey fur. And goodbye. Jiang Chongkong soared into the sky and left. The demon emperor also chose a direction and left. Sun Wuxuan's eyes flashed as he chose another direction. Dense death energy, gloomy underworld. The land here was all underworld soil, but there were some weeds that could survive. Jiang Chongkong stepped on the weeds, and his chaos divine energy spread out. Could it be that the underworld is empty? Jiang Chongkong frowned. He couldn't find a single ghost. With a thought, 2 strands of divine energy gathered the death energy and formed a baby and a nether dragon. Ah, roar! The baby and the nether dragon let out a sound at the same time, directly echoing in one's mind and soul. This was the communication method of the Yellow Springs lineage that he had learned from Ao Qingyu. Before leaving the underworld, he couldn't contact them. Now that they were in the underworld, there shouldn't be a problem. But the premise was that they were in the underworld. Boom! The air fluctuated, and a cold aura appeared in the distance, spying on Jiang Chongkong. Jiang Changkong still let the baby and the nether dragon communicate, and his body disappeared, appearing next to the cold aura. A little girl, her face as pale as paper, looked at him timidly with a pair of white eyes. She didn't expect Jiang Changkong to suddenly appear, and she was so scared that she hurriedly took a few steps back. Jiang Changkong revealed a smile. "Little girl, where are the other ghosts in the underworld?" The little girl's face suddenly became ferocious, and blood seeped out of her 7 orifices. She bared her sharp and cold fangs, and let out a sound that she thought was fierce. Wow, Jiang Changkong! Was she trying to protect herself? The little girl's cultivation level was very weak, and she was only an early-stage human immortal. However, seeing a ghost meant that there were still living beings in the underworld. That's not what evil ghosts are called. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. "I'm here to find people. No, ghosts and the nether dragon. They're my friends." "King?" The little girl was stunned for a moment, and then she ran. "King? The legendary Ghost King?" Jiang Changkong reached out and picked up the little girl, but he only lifted her head. The little girl's body was still running, not daring to stop at all. "Hey, your head fell off." Jiang Changkong was a little helpless, and he flashed in front of the little female ghost. "You can't escape. As long as you answer my questions, I definitely won't hurt you." As he spoke, he pressed the little girl's head. Seeing that he really didn't have any ill intentions, the little girl asked nervously, "Really?" "Really." Jiang Changkong smiled slightly. "Where is the ascension pool in the underworld?" "How many ascension pools are there?" "Ascension pool?" The little girl looked confused. "I don't know." "Then do you know that Mother Ghost Mother is from the nether dragon lineage?" Jiang Changkong asked again. The little girl still shook her head blankly. "I don't know." Jiang Changkong frowned. "Then what do you know?" The little girl lowered her head and pointed at a weed he was stepping on. "I know that the ghost grass under your feet can be eaten." Jiang Changkong felt that he was wrong. As expected, he couldn't ask a child about things. "Where are your parents and relatives?" Jiang Changkong asked. It was better to ask some old ghosts. The little girl shook her head. "I don't know." "All right, other than you. Do you know if there are any other ghosts in the underworld?" Jiang Changkong rubbed his forehead and asked patiently, "Should he just search her soul and be done with it?" The little girl thought about it and said, "Little Gua knows." "Little Gua?" Jiang Changkong frowned. A powerful aura rose behind him. A celestial king, a giant toad like a mountain, looked at him coldly. Then it looked at the little girl. "This is Little Gua." The little girl rushed over first. Jiang Changkong was stunned. "This should be Big Gua, right? A toad ghost?" Little Gua rolled its tongue and put the little girl on its back. It looked at Jiang Changkong warily. "The aura of a celestial being. Are you from the celestial world?" "That's right. The gate to the underworld has been opened. The celestial world and the underworld are connected again." Jiang Changkong flew into the air and appeared in front of the toad. The celestial world. A world from a long time ago. Little Gua was stunned. "Why did you come to the underworld?" "The underworld will eventually return to the celestial world." "I came here to find 2 friends." Jiang Changkong said lightly, "Before I ascended to the celestial world, 2 friends from the yellow spring bloodline ascended together with me. The ascension pool is not here." Little Gua shook its body and left. "People from the celestial world find a place to hide." "Hide? Hide from what?" Jiang Changkong was stunned. A powerful evil ghost in the underworld? Chapter 666. Little Gua didn't say much. It led the little ghost girl into a barren black mountain. There were 4 brats here, all of them human immortal realm cultivations. Jiang Changkong looked at Little Gua and rolled up a bunch of black weeds, placing them next to the 5 ghosts. The little girl picked up a weed and stuffed it into her mouth. The other 4 ghosts also wolfed it down. "You're eating this?" Jiang Chongkong was surprised. Deity, you should leave this place. Your aura will bring us trouble. Little Gua glared at him, but it didn't dare to attack because of his power. Jiang Chongkong threw out a space ring. This is my fee for hiding here. See if it's enough. Little Gua was only an early stage celestial king. Although it had used up its celestial stones and golden core, it still had a lot of other celestial medicines and celestial pills. Just taking out a random interspatial ring was enough to excite them. Little Gua didn't say anything after checking it. It took out a celestial medicine and ate it. As ghost immortals, these celestial medicines were also very useful to them. Jiang Chongkong sat on the side and didn't rush to ask. Instead, he organized the information about the celestial spirits in his mind. Mount Huagua read through the information about the celestial spirits and sent the information to them. After Sun Wuxuan received the information, he sent them a copy and rushed to establish the underworld. He only had time to organize the information about the celestial spirits now. The celestial spirits were a special group of deities that appeared after the collapse of the heavenly Tao and the departure of the ancient deities. They were good at hiding and could even hide in the body of a deity without making a sound. The celestial spirits were very powerful. During those chaotic times, they destroyed many races in the celestial world. Even the demons and Mount Huagua had suffered many losses in the hands of the celestial spirits. The celestial spirits and the races of the celestial world had a war that affected half of the celestial world. After that war, the celestial spirits began to decline until they disappeared. The four major forces took advantage of the situation and established the heavenly court, the celestial court, and the demon court. Until today, the celestial spirits appeared and found Jiang Chongkong. Looking at the information, Jiang Chongkong thought about the celestial spirits hiding in his body in the chaos. That feeling of completely merging with the primal chaos. This immortal spirit's methods were very mysterious. They were even more relaxed than him in the primal chaos. Xiao Gua swallowed the pill and quickly refined it. He also gave a portion of the medicinal herbs to the 5 little ghosts. It wasn't that he was stingy, but the 5 kids were too weak and could only eat a little. Jiang Chongkong came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Gua. You told me to avoid it. Do you know what kind of danger it is? Azura. Xiao Gua refined the pill and looked at the empty area. That place is all Azura's territory. Shura? Jiang Chongkong followed his gaze. Why didn't you see me when I came over? Because it's not their hunting season yet. Little Gua laid on the mountain, its eyes gleaming with a cold light. The ghosts here are almost all gone. Since you're still alive, it seems like this Shura isn't that strong, Jiang Chongkong said. Xiao Gua shook its head. Shura are a race. They're very strong, but they let us live. That's why they let us live. Jiang Chongkong was about to speak when Xiao Gua continued. The area we're in is the Shura's breeding ground. These 5 kids' parents were eaten by Shura. The 5 little ghosts didn't feel anything. They continued to chew on the medicinal herbs and carefully refine them. Jiang Chongkong continued to listen to it. Only then did he realize that the underworld wasn't peaceful at all. There were Shura everywhere underground. They would often come out to hunt and search for ghost immortals. Some of the little ghosts were able to survive because the Shura were waiting for them to grow up. Of course, if they didn't know what was good for them, the Shura wouldn't mind eating them. Little Gua was the Shura's favorite. They didn't eat it because no powerful Shura appeared last time. They couldn't leave this place. Otherwise, they would attract powerful Shura and eat them. The underworld has already become a breeding ground for Shura. Jiang Chongkong frowned. No, the Shura can only be strong in this area. The real strong ones are still the evil ghosts and the corpse path. The strongest is the heavenly ghost clan. Xiao Gua's body trembled slightly, but they have already given up on the surface. We and the Shura are their abandoned ones. Given up on the surface? Jiang Chongkong raised his head and looked at the sky. Could it be that they built the heavenly court? became the heavenly emperor of the underworld? If that was the case, he had to go up and look for it. Xiao Gua said, "They won't let you in. There are ghost emperors there. Without their permission, you'll be killed by them if you barge in." "What about the ascension pool? You said that the ascension pool isn't here. Is it above?" Jiang Changkong asked. "Maybe. I only know that the ascension pool isn't here." Xiao Gua shook its head. "I heard from my old neighbors that the space in the underworld is already very small. However, the number of ghosts and monsters is increasing. They will be cleared regularly. If your friend had ascended without protection, he might have already died. The netherworld abyssal dragon and the ghost mother should be very strong in the underworld, right?" Jiang Changkong said. "Should be. I'm not sure. I only know that the netherworld abyssal dragon would guard the road to Yellow Springs, and the ghost mother would guard the river of forgetfulness. However, I've never seen the road to Yellow Springs or the river of forgetfulness." Xiao Gua sighed. "The underworld is no longer the underworld of the past. It's just a space suitable for ghosts and monsters to live in." Jiang Changkong sighed. "Are you raising them to feed the Shura?" "With these 5 little ghosts, they could be fed to the Shura. That way, Xiao Gua wouldn't have to die." "I thought so at first. But the Shura definitely doesn't have the patience to wait for them to grow up." Xiao Gua sighed. "You should leave now. The Shura will come out soon." "Are there any immortal emperors among the Shura?" Jiang Changkong asked. Xiao Gua said, "There are a few ghost emperors, 3 early stage and 2 mid stage. That's not very strong. Now that the underworld has reopened and the celestial world's army is about to arrive, the Shura can't stop the celestial world's forces." Jiang Changkong stood up and said plainly, "Sun Wuxuan could destroy Azura all by himself." Xiao Gua was slightly shocked. "Is the celestial world very strong now?" "There are many celestial venerables." Jiang Changkong said plainly, "I plan to go to the heavenly court to take a look. Before that, I'll get someone to wipe out." "What's wrong?" Seeing him suddenly stop, Xiao Gua's expression froze, and it looked at him in confusion. Rumble. In the distance, the divine fire of the sun burned, and the flames shot into the sky. The godly aura was so vast that it could be felt even from here. "Is that a celestial emperor?" Feeling the terrifying godly aura, Xiao Gua was shocked. "The monster emperor of the monster race, my companion who came to the underworld with me." Jiang Changkong said plainly, "You're going to help him?" Xiao Gua asked. The 5 little ghosts were already hiding behind him and trembling. "Yes, I'll go first. I'll come find you later." Jiang Changkong left behind a godly power clone and a monkey hair. The monkey hair transformed into Sun Wuxuan's clone, which had shocking power. Although his godly power clone was not strong, it could kill ordinary celestial kings. He crossed the void and arrived at the place where the monster emperor was fighting. A group of ugly Shuras with ferocious expressions were surging with strong killing intent. Chapter 667. Their murderous auras stirred the death energy. Their faces were ferocious. There were more than 1,000 of them, each of them a sky immortal. Together, they could even shake immortals. Their leader was a peak immortal king Azura. Jiang Changkong wouldn't have cared if there were only these Azuras. They wouldn't even be enough for the demon emperor to slap them. However, there was still a group of Azuras hiding in the darkness, giving the demon emperor a dangerous feeling. The demon emperor had already informed Sun Wuxuan that the monkey would arrive soon. The void rippled. Jiang Changkong walked through the air with his hands behind his back. Death energy, ghost energy, and corpse energy all froze in the air. The Azuras present felt the pressure and were imprisoned. Azuras appeared in the air one after another. A petite female Azura with a slender figure appeared. The male Azura was ugly, while the female Azura was beautiful. She was an immortal emperor, giving him a dangerous feeling. The demon emperor took human form and looked coldly at the female Azura. The female Azura looked at the two with a serious expression. She hadn't expected to be forced out of the void. She glanced at the two and said, "People of the celestial world, underworld doesn't welcome you. It's not up to you to decide." The demon emperor's expression was cold. "If Asuras don't obey me, they will die." The demon race is really arrogant. The female Asura's expression turned cold. "This demon emperor? Looks like you're the demon emperor. Since you know me, you should make the right choice," the demon emperor said proudly. "I've already thought of what to do." Even as the words left her mouth, the female Asura's figure flickered as she reached out toward the demon monarch. Her sharp fingernails extended by several inches. Boom! The immortal Emperor Asura locked onto the demon emperor with terrifying speed. She didn't even leave an afterimage. It was as if she had teleported. She wanted to capture the demon emperor as quickly as possible. With the demon emperor in their hands, would the demon race dare to cause trouble for the Asura bloodline? However, she had underestimated her opponent. Sun divine fire soared into the sky. Gray divine power intertwined. The demon emperor seemed to have turned into a sun. Great sun incinerates the heavens. Boom! Boundless divine powers interweaved, and extreme divine might collided. Both sides retreated at the same time. The shock waves spread out for thousands of kilometers. The Asura that did not have time to hide underground turned to ash on the spot. Jiang Chongkong stood firmly in the void with an indifferent expression. The female Asura's expression froze, and she looked at the Siren Emperor in shock. "You're actually a celestial emperor?" He had been hiding it all along. He couldn't help but turn to look at Jiang Chongkong, and his heart sank when he saw that Jiang Chongkong was as still as a mountain amidst the aftershocks. Two immortal emperors? No wonder this demon emperor dared to barge into the underworld with two immortal emperors. "Looks like you've made the wrong choice. Asura will be destroyed because of you." The beast emperor let out a cold roar. A chaotic golden crow appeared and charged toward the Shura empress. "Do you really think you can destroy the Shura?" The Shura empress' expression was cold as she sent a palm strike into the ground. She was not the only immortal emperor in the Asura clan. His fingernails grew explosively and flickered with cold light. Innate divine runes illuminated his body, and the divine might of an immortal emperor carried torrential killing intent as he forcefully clashed with the golden crow. The chaotic golden crow's chaotic sun, divine fire collided with the fingernails. Boom! The innate divine inscriptions were dissipating. The void was tearing, and the earth was cracking. Terrifying forces intertwined in the sky, and a boundless divine aura spread for thousands of miles. The Beast Emperor and the Shura Empress both felt troubled. The two strength was actually on par. Right at this moment, a ferocious light appeared from the cracked ground, and a burly and ugly figure shot into the sky, heading straight for the Beast Emperor. Jiang Chongkong, who was standing in the void, also felt a dangerous aura, and he struck out with his palm in the direction of the danger. Boom! The void cracked, and both sides were forced back. A burly and ugly Shura looked at him with a sinister expression. On the other side, the attack was about to reach the Beast Emperor. A bell shadow formed on the Beast Emperor's body. Dong! The ancient bell sounded, echoing through the 9 heavens and 10,000 miles away. Within a 10,000-mile radius, the void cracked, and the week stopped as if time had stopped. The figure that was charging over stopped, spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. The Shura Empress took the opportunity to attack, but as soon as she touched the bell shadow, she was sent flying as if she had been struck by lightning. What kind of immortal artifact is that? The 3 immortal emperors were shocked. The power of the ancient bell was even more terrifying than the lower 7th grade celestial weapons in their hands. The demon emperor's expression was indifferent. The demon emperor's supreme treasure, the bell of chaos. Bell of chaos! The 3 immortal emperors were shocked. Although the underworld had been cut off from the immortal world for many years, it didn't mean that they didn't know about this treasure. The underworld had evolved from the mighty figures of the Magi tribe. Azura was originally a creation of the Patriarch of the Nether River. It was at the entrance of the underworld, and eventually became the Azura Path of the 6 paths of the underworld. The Magi and demons were sworn enemies. They naturally knew about the Chaos Bell. After knowing this, there was fear. The bell of primal chaos fame had not faded even after countless years had passed. Roar! A roar was heard as a terrifying aura rose from below. The spirit demon emperor's eyes darkened, and the divine clock's phantom image trembled violently. Although this fragment was not inferior to any 7th-grade celestial artifact, his strength was still only at the limit of the celestial king realm. They were equivalent to early-stage immortal emperors. Lin Fan wondered what stage these 3 Azuras were at. The aura below definitely far exceeded the early stage of the immortal emperor stage. With the demon emperor's current strength, he couldn't fight against a mid-stage immortal emperor with the cloth strip. The further he went, the greater the difference between each minor realm. Jiang Changkong came to the demon emperor's side and prepared to work together to activate the power of the Chaos Bell fragment. As for the Panga Banner, it wasn't something that could be solved with numbers. If he couldn't unleash its full power, it would be useless no matter how many he took out. He held the monkey hair in his hand. If there was a problem, he would immediately use it. Roar! The sound of death rang out. The ground cracked and dust flew into the air. 100-meter-tall figure rushed out of the ground. Killing intent tore through the void and cracked the sky of the underworld. The divine might of an immortal emperor and the connate divine marks suppressed thousands of miles, suppressing the suppression power of the Chaos Bell. Behind this figure was another 100-meter-tall figure. Although he didn't reveal his divine might, he gave off an unshakable feeling. 2 mid-stage immortal emperors. The Azura lineage had sent out all the immortal emperors. Boom! The 100-meter-tall figure raised his palm and shattered the void, wanting to kill the demon emperor directly. The demon emperor had brought the Chaos Bell to the underworld. Wasn't he giving them a treasure? With this treasure, they wouldn't have to fear even a late-stage immortal emperor. As for the demon emperor, they could capture him alive. The demon race definitely wouldn't dare to touch them. At that time, they could offer the demon emperor to a stronger faction, and the Azura lineage would have better development. Rumble! The sky cracked, and a beam of golden light fell from the sky. The 5 immortal emperors were stunned. The mid-stage immortal emperor who attacked raised his head in shock. A huge iron cudgel, like a pillar supporting the heavens, smashed the void and pressed down. Boom! The huge metal cudgel landed. The 100-meter-tall figure's body quickly collapsed and turned into a pile of meat paste. One cudgel killed a mid-stage immortal emperor. A monkey wearing chainmail and a purple gold crown on his head tore through the void and arrived. You dare to touch the demon emperor? Death. Mid-stage immortal emperor. The 3 early-stage immortal emperors. What cultivation level did this monkey have? Was that the sea-calming godly Iron Needle? The demon monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain? Why didn't you say so earlier that you brought such a powerful bodyguard? Chapter 668. The Azura race was filled with sorrow. This was AF * King, Heavenly Pit, bringing the monkey from Huagu Mountain, but not revealing anything, taking out the Chaos Bell and showing that we can deal with them. You're purposely tricking us. The Demon Emperor was a despicable and shameless fellow. Looking at the 4 dumbfounded immortal emperors, Sun Wuxuan pointed his cudgel at the ground. Demon Monarch, do you want these 4 dead or alive? The 4 immortal emperors trembled. The Shura Empress was terrified. Great Immortal, spare us. Demon Emperor, spare us. It's our fault for disturbing the Demon Sovereign. Demon Sovereign, please forgive us. Demon Emperor, please forgive us. We are willing to compensate. The 4 immortal emperors surrendered. Facing Sun Wuxuan, who had killed a mid-stage immortal emperor with 1 strike, they had no will to fight. The difference was too great. They couldn't even fight with their lives on the line. Compensate? Can you afford it? The Demon Emperor said disdainfully. They were the demon emperor, yet they were scared by them. What could they use to compensate? The four immortal emperors trembled. The demon emperor was definitely tricking them on purpose. If he kept bringing that monkey with him, how would they dare to attack him? Demon monarch, these four are barely strong enough to be your subordinates. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "It seems like the Azura race can no longer survive in the underworld." Can't survive? The demon emperor was surprised. That's right. They're so weak they can't survive. The four immortal emperors trembled. The Shura race is willing to submit to the demon emperor. Compared to them, they were indeed weak. Sun Wuxuan could kill all of them with one strike. I can take you in. I have something to do in the underworld this time, the demon emperor said. Demon emperor, we understand the underworld. We will do our best for you, the four immortal emperors said. The Shura empress said, Demon emperor, please come in. The Shura race had many shrines under the ground. The three entered the shrine, and the Shura race lined up to welcome them. The demon emperor sat in the main seat with Sun Wuxuan standing beside him. Demon emperor, why have you come to the underworld? The Shura empress asked carefully. The demon emperor said indifferently, let's talk about the situation in hell first. The underworld is no longer the same as it was in ancient times. Some of the ancient buildings have been destroyed. The strongest entities in hell right now are the evil ghosts that reside in the sky. The Shura empress said respectfully, in the sky. The demon emperor frowned slightly. Did they build the buildings in the sky themselves? I don't know. All I know is that they suddenly went to live high up in the sky and chose to expel us, not letting us go up. The Azura clan can only stay underground. Occasionally, some ghosts will be banished to become our food. Are there any celestial sovereigns among the evil ghosts up there? Sun Wuxuan asked. 10,000 years ago, the heavenly ghost great emperor reached his limit. I wonder if he became an immortal venerable. The Shura empress said, 10,000 years is still a little short. It shouldn't be enough for him to become an immortal venerable. Sun Wuxuan said indifferently, if that's the case, then we just need to fight our way up. The hearts of the four immortal emperors were filled with shock. They didn't place the peak of the immortal emperor realm in their eyes. This demon monkey was a peak immortal emperor. The Shura empress hurriedly said, we should be careful. They have been operating up there for many years, and they have many tricks up their sleeves. If we are careless, we might suffer. Sun Wuxuan was disdainful, but the demon emperor said, that makes sense. We will go up and investigate. You said that the underworld's buildings were destroyed. Who did it? The evil ghosts up there? Jiang Changkong asked. No, I only know that it has something to do with the celestial spirit, the Shura empress said. Celestial spirit? The demon emperor and Sun Wuxuan's expressions became serious. In the past, the celestial spirit had wreaked havoc in the underworld. Thinking about it, the celestial spirit knew the way to open the underworld, and it had even brought Jiang Changkong in. The celestial spirit probably knew about the underworld like the back of its hand. As for the specifics, we will have to go up and find some old evil ghosts or ancient books, the four Shura immortal emperors said. The demon emperor nodded and asked, do you have a way for us to go up without being discovered? This might be a grievance for the three demon emperors, the four immortal emperors said in a low voice. Tell me about it, Jiang Changkong said. We have a way to go up, but we must be careful. Let them beat and scold us and do not resist. The Shura empress said in a low voice, up there we must respect the evil ghosts. We must be courteous to all the ghosts and do not provoke them. Okay, the demon emperor said. Sun Wuxuan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing that the demon emperor agreed so readily, he didn't know what to say. Jiang Changkong told the Shura tribe about Little Gua, and the Shura tribe let them go. The four immortal emperors went to prepare. Sun Wuxuan set up a divine barrier and said with a frown, the demon emperor has a noble status. How can he be humiliated by a little ghost? Why don't you wait here, and I will go up with heavenly God of justice. For the demon race, for the demon court, this is nothing. The demon emperor waved his hand and said, This is related to the heavenly Tao fragment, and I have an immortal title. If I go with heavenly God of justice, I will be able to sense the heavenly Tao fragment better. The only thing we need to worry about is whether the heavenly Tao has recovered, Jiang Changkong said. Sun Wuxuan didn't say anything. Soon, the 4 immortal emperors returned, and with them was a malicious ghost, a peak stage celestial king. When the malicious ghost saw them, he said proudly, Only the 3 of you want to go up. Thank you, Your Excellency. Jiang Changkong bowed slightly and was very polite. The demon emperor and Sun Wuxuan didn't say anything. They just stood on the side. Come with me. The celestial king, malicious ghost, turned around and led them away from the Shura tribe. The Shura, great empress, thought for a moment, then followed them. As soon as the 4 of them walked out, a toad flew over and jumped onto Jiang Changkong's body. I will go with you. The malicious ghost glanced at it, and its face turned cold. The Shura, great empress, quickly took out a stone that contained death energy and put it in its hand. The malicious ghost didn't say anything. Jiang Changkong frowned. Why are you going up? Your Excellency, take me up. I can help you find a friend, Little Gua said quickly. I will just go up and take a look. I won't cause any trouble. You know a lot about the people up there. Jiang Changkong raised an eyebrow. Not really, but I have friends. I was born up there, and I still remember a few of them, Little Gua said. Jiang Changkong's frown eased. Then let's go together. In the sky, the death energy was as thick as ink, and they couldn't see what was up there. A round hole with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in their line of sight. The malicious ghost took out a black jade tablet and gave it to them. This tablet can only let you stay up there for 7 days. You must come back within 7 days, or else I won't be responsible for anything that happens. I understand. The Shura, great empress, bowed slightly. Thank you, Your Excellency. The 4 of them and the toad entered the round hole that was 1 meter in diameter. The malicious ghost didn't follow them. Instead, it stood guard outside the hole. It was responsible for guarding this place. The thick death energy, ghost energy, and corpse energy were unbearable. However, Little Gua liked this place very much, and it greedily inhaled a few breaths. A door appeared in front of them, and the words Gate of Hell were carved on it. Jiang Changkong and the other 2 looked at each other, then put on the ghost tablet and entered the Gate of Hell. A pitch-black stone road extended forward, and a gloomy city appeared in front of them. The city walls were carved with all kinds of malicious ghost images. Chapter 669. The gloomy ghost city was a paradise for malicious ghosts and a gathering place for the underworld's elites. The city gate opened, and the 4 of them walked in with their ghost tags. Inside the city, a group of ghost immortals walked on the streets and looked at them in surprise. After seeing the ghost tags, the malicious ghosts retracted their gazes and looked at them with disdain. In the underworld, the ghost Tao reigned supreme. Of course, these were the malicious ghosts in the city. Those who were exiled were not worthy of being called ghosts. Jiang Changkong and the Monster Emperor did not feel the power of heaven. If they wanted to go deeper, it would be best if they walked around the entire city. Sun Wuxuan was expressionless, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He had the power to do so. The Shura Empress was much more careful. When the malicious ghosts walked past her, she would quickly make way. Even though she was an immortal emperor, she did not dare to be presumptuous here. Xiao Gua trembled in fear on Jiang Changkong's shoulder. The ghosts floated over and looked at them with disdain. They were afraid of their ghost tags and left reluctantly. Where to now? Sun Wuxuan asked. The Monster Emperor looked at the Shura Empress. Is there anything special about this ghost city? I don't know, but there are many forbidden places, the Shura Empress replied. Jiang Changkong did not forget his 2 friends. Where is the Ascension Pool? Where are Ghost Mother and Abyss Dragon? I don't know either. The Shura Empress shook her head. Xiao Gua moved its body and touched Jiang Changkong's neck. Maybe I can take you there. You don't know. Jiang Changkong frowned. I told you that I was born here. Although I was young and did not know much about this place, I remember how to contact people. Xiao Gua explained. He was exiled when he was very weak. He remembered his old friends, but he was not sure if they were still around. He followed them to the ghost city this time because he wanted to see them. If he had the connections, he also wanted to live in the ghost city. Then you can try, Jiang Changkong said. A layer of ghost qi spread out from Xiao Gua's body. Nearby, the evil ghosts walking around all looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect that this group of people would have acquaintances in the ghost city. Closing its eyes after a quarter of an hour, little Gua said, "Found it." The group of people started to leave, but they walked very slowly. Because there were too many ghosts on the street, they had to give way to the ghosts and let them go first. The ghosts behind them seemed to have found some entertainment. They walked back and forth around them. A few of them even flew above their heads and made hideous faces. Sun Wuxuan almost lost control of his temper and slapped these ghosts to death. Some of the ghosts were even worse. They came from behind them, trying to push them aside and make way for them. The Shura Empress cowered in fear. In this place, even immortal emperors had to respect evil spirits. Just as Sun Wuxuan was about to unleash his godly steadying needle to slaughter these hateful ghosts, a delighted voice rang out. Little Gua. An aura that was not weak came over. It was a ghost king. The vengeful ghosts surrounding them quickly dispersed, their eyes filled with fear. A ghost figure walked over from afar, his face full of surprise. Little Gua quickly floated over and rubbed its head intimately. I didn't expect to see you again. Have you been pardoned and returned to the ghost city? The newcomer was covered in death aura and armor formed by ghost aura. He held a long spear and rubbed little Gua's head in surprise. A late-stage immortal king was a late-stage ghost king in the underworld. I missed you guys, so I came up to take a look. This is my friend, little Gua introduced. This is Feng He, the ghost king of the ghost Dao. Feng, he looked at Jiang Changkong and the others. Although he didn't look at them with disdain, he didn't care either. In this ghost city, even immortal emperors didn't dare to be presumptuous. He also knew the Shura Empress. The Shura race was just a race that had been banished. Feng, they helped me before and wanted to find a friend, so I brought them here, little Gua explained and pointed at Jiang Changkong. Little Gua explained and pointed at Jiang Changkong. He is an ascender from the lower realm, an immortal emperor from the immortal world. Previously, he had seen Jiang Changkong's battle from afar. Jiang Changkong definitely wasn't any weaker than an early-stage immortal emperor. Immortal realm? Is the underworld really connected to the immortal world again? Feng He's tone was solemn. This was not good news. The underworld and the immortal world were once again connected. Even if they didn't provoke the immortals of the immortal world, they wouldn't be able to do so. The group of immortals would not let them off either. The three of them were probably not just here to look for friends. Are you trying to get a feel for Hell's current strength? In the mortal world, I was best friends with the underworld ghost mother and the nether dragon. Jiang Changkong said, "This time the opening of the underworld, I specially came to look for you two friends. I tried to contact you previously, but I didn't get a response. There's a ghost boundary above and below. They won't be able to hear your call." Feng, he led them and walked quickly on the street. The malicious ghosts looked at him in fear and did not dare to stop him. It seemed like the Wind River had some status in the ghost city. He entered a haunted house with 4 rooms. Feng, he poured a cup of black tea and passed it to them. Little Gua took a sip, his face filled with nostalgia and enjoyment. It still tastes the same. Where are the other friends? Some of them were sent down like you. Some went to other places. Feng, he took a sip of tea and said, "You don't have to go to the Ascension Pool. I can help you find out about the members who ascended over the years. Thank you. Jiang Changkong thanked him. I don't know how long it will take to get any news. We still have things to do in the immortal world, so we have to return soon. Return soon? Feng, he sneered in his heart. You're going back to report to your master about the situation in the underworld, right? 6 hours. The Ghost Mother and the Nether Dragon are not weak, so they should be fine. Don't worry, Feng, he said. Jiang Changkong nodded, thanked him again, and did not say anything else. Feng, he took out another token and handed it to them. This is the Ghost King token. Take it. Normal ghosts will not trouble you. You can walk around the ghost city. Thank you. The Demon King accepted the Ghost King token. Feng, he stood up and left to help Jiang Changkong gather information. Little Gua was still drinking tea. He was very satisfied. He liked everything here. Let's go out for a walk. The Demon King took the Ghost King token and stood up. Jiang Changkong did not move. He stayed here to wait for news. Little Gua left with the Demon King and Sun Wuxuan. Shura Empress stayed here with Jiang Changkong. She did not want to go out and see the faces of those evil ghosts. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes and used his divine power to condense the baby and the Nether Dragon again, making a soft sound. This time the commotion was not as big as before. He did not want to alarm too many evil ghosts. If they were in the ghost city, they should be able to reply. Ah! The baby suddenly trembled in excitement. The Nether Dragon also let out a low roar, both of them burrowing into Jiang Changkong's body. Jiang Changkong was overjoyed. There was finally news. The news resounded in his mind, guiding him to a place that was a bit far from here. I'm going out for a while. Jiang Changkong stood up. I'll go with you, the Shura Empress said. Jiang Changkong nodded. One more immortal emperor meant one more person to look after. Chapter 670. Maybe it was because they saw them with Wind River, so the ghosts on the street didn't make things difficult for them. On the contrary, they politely gave way. The baby and Nether Dragon's response was at the same place. Jiang Changkong was worried and sent a voice transmission to Empress Shura. Do you know anything about Wind River? A ghost king bullying weak ghosts, bullying those who are above him. Empress Shura replied, I don't know about him and Little Gua. I'm worried. There might be a problem this time. Jiang Changkong's voice was solemn. Ghost Mother and Nether Dragon had a good relationship, but they should be in their own tribe after ascending. Could it be that the two coincidentally came out to meet? Or maybe the two tribes were together? He felt it was a coincidence. He didn't know much about Ghost King Wind River, so he had to be careful. Empress Shura thought for a while and said, with Immortal Emperor Sun Wuxuan here, there shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Changkong didn't say much. Sun Wuxuan was strong, but the Immortal Emperors here were at the limit. If another late-stage Immortal Emperor attacked them, it would be troublesome. The two passed through the street and came to an empty area. There were fewer ghosts here. A pitch-black lake appeared, and a Nether Dragon was hiding in the lake. It was a young woman with her back facing them. Her body contained dense ghost energy, and she was very powerful. Jiang Changkong's footsteps paused, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Ghost Emperor? This woman was a ghost monarch, so she couldn't be Ghost Mother. He had the ability to level up, but he had only reached the limit of a mortal king after so long. Ghost Mother didn't have this ability. No matter how strong they couldn't reach the ghost monarch level. The woman slowly turned around. Her eyes were cold and filled with a trace of coldness. Are you the one who sent the message? Yes, why you? Jiang Changkong's expression became serious. The netherworld, Nether Dragon in the lake, was also a ghost monarch. It wasn't a good thing for two ghost monarchs to wait here. They're in seclusion, so we came here personally, the woman said. The woman said, This is the entrance to the Yellow Springs and Ghost Mother. Follow me in. Then wait for them to come out of seclusion. This king will come again. Jiang Changkong said indifferently and turned to leave. The woman's face turned cold, and she instantly blocked the way. The lake shook. The netherworld abyssal dragon roared and rose from the lake. A small number of malicious ghosts in the distance saw this scene and quickly fled, afraid that they would be affected. What's the meaning of this? Jiang Changkong frowned, his face slightly cold. The woman smiled faintly and said, Ghost Mother, the netherworld dragon bloodline has always been hospitable. Since you're here, let us entertain you. If you have something to say, just say it. You've waited for so long, but you still haven't made a move. Is it because you don't want to make a move, or are you waiting for something? Jiang Changkong said calmly. The Shura Empress's expression was solemn, and her killing intent gradually rose. Although she could not afford to offend the ghost clan, it did not mean that she did not dare to make a move. Now, the Azura race's backer was the demon race. This time, there was even a demon monkey at the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. With Sun Wuxuan there, it should be no problem if they wanted to run. The situation in the celestial world, the young woman said coldly. The netherworld abyssal dragon turned into a middle-aged man with a cold expression. Now that the underworld and the celestial world were connected, they urgently wanted to know the situation in the celestial world so that they could make a decision. There are many celestial sovereigns, but no saints, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Be more specific, the woman said with a serious expression and a frown. There were many celestial sovereigns, but no saints. There were no saints in the underworld, not even celestial sovereigns. The power of the celestial world could completely destroy them. They wanted to know the current situation of the underworld. There are 5 major forces in the celestial world. Jiang Changkong did not hide anything. The heavenly court, the demon court, the god court, and the celestial court are about the same. The 5th force is the itinerant cultivator alliance. They are slightly weaker, but each force has celestial sovereigns. I do not know how many there are. You belong to the demon court? The woman asked in a deep voice. They belong to the demon court, Jiang Changkong said indifferently, and I am from the itinerant cultivator alliance. The woman fell silent. The abyssal dragon said coldly, What other purpose do you have in coming to the underworld other than to find out the strength of the underworld? Let me give you a reminder. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and said indifferently, You are here for the heavenly Tao fragment. The army of the demon court will soon arrive, and the other 4 forces will also come to the underworld. The Shura Empress's expression changed slightly. She did not expect them to come for the heavenly Tao fragment. The army of the demon court was about to arrive, and the other 4 forces would also arrive. For the heavenly Tao fragment, didn't that mean that at least 5 celestial sovereigns would come? If I take you, will the demon court still dare to do anything? A fierce glint flashed across the abyssal dragon's face. The ghost race will give up the heavenly Tao fragment for you? Jiang Changkong put his hands behind his back, and the divine power in his body slowly rose. Moreover, you can't take me down. Let's try boom. A divine light suddenly shot into the sky, and the entire ghost city shook. The chaotic golden crow circled above the ghost city, and the divine bell rang, echoing throughout the entire ghost city. Tens of thousands of ghost race members turned to dust under the sound of the bell, completely disappearing. The ocean-stabilizing godly needle pierced into the sky, and its celestial power shook the entire ghost city. Sun Wuxuan stood proudly on the clouds, and his eyes shone brightly, breaking through the ghost aura. The limit of a celestial emperor. The woman and the abyssal dragon were both shocked, and they looked at the demon monkey in disbelief. The vanguard of the demon race has not arrived yet. They are only here to scout the way, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The woman and the abyssal dragon. Scout the way? They are only scouts, and they have such strength? How strong will their army be when they arrive? Roar! A roar sounded, and a giant ghost claw reached out from the clouds in the sky and clashed with the ocean-stabilizing godly needle. Boom! The ocean-stabilizing godly needle fell and clashed with the ghost claw. In an instant, the sky shattered and the ghost city collapsed. A terrifying divine power surged, and Sun Wuxuan's body sank a bit, protecting the demon emperor with his divine power. "Damn demon race, get out!" With an angry roar, the giant ghost claw retracted, not damaged in the slightest. A ghost face appeared in the sky, looking down at them. "You old ghost, you do have some skill." Sun Wuxuan sneered, and the ocean-stabilizing godly needle shrank. With a trace of disdain, he said, "If you have the ability, get out here. Let's see how many times you can take my staff." Roar! The roar shook the sky, and a huge, ghostly figure appeared indistinctly in the clouds. Its monstrous aura made even Jiang Changkong feel a terrifying pressure. The woman and the abyssal dragon's expressions changed, and they pulled Jiang Changkong into the lake. Jiang Changkong wanted to resist, but the woman said coldly, "If you don't want to see them, you can leave now. Then I'll follow you." Jiang Changkong still had 2 more monkey hairs in his hand, and his courage grew. The Azura Empress thought about it, but she still followed him. There really was an entrance in the lake. The residence of the underworld dragon bloodline was hidden there. The 4 of them directly entered the Nether Dragon's territory. The Nether Dragons and ghosts were all members of the Ghost Mother's bloodline. These Ghost Mothers had 9 infants next to them, and they all emitted evil auras. Chapter 671. In a dark space, ghostly figures were everywhere. Ghost Mothers were nurturing 9 babies. They were condensed from ghostly energy and had great destructive power. The netherworld dragons swam in the air, bringing up streams of yellow springs. Some babies were bathing in the yellow springs, playing and laughing shrilly. 2 familiar auras quickly approached. They weren't weak, but they weren't strong either, early-stage immortal. Compared to the East Sea, Ghost Mother and Netherworld Dragon were clearly stronger. They had abundant resources and could be nurtured. "Jiang Changkong, we finally meet." Netherworld Dragon and Ghost Mother were very excited. They patted Jiang Changkong hard. "You've improved a lot. You've become immortal immortals in such a short time. Soon, you'll become immortal lords," Jiang Changkong said with a smile. He was happy to see his 2 old friends were fine. "How are the 13 Sea Kings?" Ghost Mother asked. "The East Sea is doing well. There's no danger under the Heavenly Court's rule." Jiang Changkong said, "However, the 13 Sea Kings might be weaker than you. They're not as rich as you. You're the powerful one. You've already become an immortal emperor. We heard from our clansmen that an immortal emperor was looking for us. We were scared," Netherworld Dragon said with a hint of fear. "So the immortal emperor went out to scout. Wind River told you, right?" Jiang Changkong smiled. Ghost Mother nodded. "This Ghost King Wind River is our neighbor. He's Sky, Ghost Emperor's subordinate. Sky, Ghost Emperor, is in charge of the underworld now." Jiang Changkong frowned. "We're here for the Heavenly Tao fragment." The group arrived at a temple. Jiang Changkong told them about the situation in the immortal world. They didn't hide the situation in the underworld. Sky, Ghost Emperor, was the current ruler of the underworld, a peak immortal emperor expert. He ruled the ghost city and controlled the life and death of countless ghosts. Ghost Mother and Yellow Springs race were stronger than the Azure race. They had 2 late-stage immortal emperors. However, they still had to submit to Sky Ghost. After the primordial era, the immortal spirits suddenly invaded the underworld and shattered the ghost temples and statues left by the ancient immortals. The underworld was nearly wiped out. From the vast world it once was, it was reduced to this tiny space. "Immortal Empress," Ghost Mother explained. "Those were the darkest days of hell. Fortunately, the immortal spirit was beaten back, but it was unknown who did it. In any case, it was not the Heavenly Ghost. The Heavenly Ghost clan took the opportunity to rise. They discovered a mysterious area and obtained a treasure. With the power of the treasure, they unified the ghost domain. That treasure wasn't a fragment of the Heavenly Tao, but the Wheel of Reincarnation. The complete reincarnation disc was a complete 9th grade sacred artifact. This was why they had brought Jiang Chongkong with them. Although Sun Wuxuan was powerful, and the sea-steadying godly iron was also extremely powerful, they might not be able to do anything to the Heavenly Ghost Emperor. Both sides had saint artifacts, regardless of the quality or whether they could unleash their full power. Their strength was almost equal. Sun Wuxuan's foundation was deep, but this was the underworld. The Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor could use the boundless ghost energy of the underworld to strengthen himself, narrowing the gap in foundation. In the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. In the end, both would be injured or retreat. As Immortal Empress, Ghost Mother said, Sun Wuxuan retreated with the Demon Emperor. He and the Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor were evenly matched. The Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor isn't willing to submit to the immortal world. Jiang Chongkong pondered. That's troublesome. It will attract immortal sovereigns. If they couldn't handle it, the Demon Emperor would definitely send immortal sovereigns, or even personally take action for the Heavenly Tao Fragment. The Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor is also looking for the Heavenly Tao Fragment, Immortal Empress Ghost Mother said. There are ghouls searching the area where the Wheel of Reincarnation was found. He suspects that the Heavenly Tao Fragment is there. Where is that area? Jiang Chongkong asked. The Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor's Temple. He personally oversees that place. Every time the ghouls come out, he will inspect them. Immortal Empress Ghost Mother frowned. He will take everything he finds there, good or bad. Even if they could find the Heavenly Tao Fragment, it would be taken away by the Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor. Is there a way to enter there so we can look for it? Jiang Chongkong asked. There is only one entrance. We must go through the Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor. Immortal Empress Ghost Mother shook her head. As for you, if he finds you, he will kill you. Mr. Ghost Monarch, the Heavenly Ghosts are here. An abyss dragon flew over quickly with a hint of panic on its face. Yes, go and get rid of their auras. 15, take your friends and hide, Immortal Empress Ghost Mother said. Ghost Mother stood up. Jiang Chongkong, let's go. 15, what kind of stupid name is that? Jiang Chongkong stood up and left with Shura Empress. The three came to a pitch-black whirlpool and entered it. It was a dark and narrow space. Feng, he informed us because he wanted to take you down. His Ghost King token was also deliberately given out. His crime is stealing the Ghost King token. It will temporarily keep you occupied, so he will have time to report you and claim credit. Ghost Mother 15 said in a low voice. This Wind River is really despicable. He even betrays his friends. Jiang Chongkong's expression turned cold with a hint of killing intent. I'll leave first. The Heavenly Ghosts will know that you came to find me. They will interrogate you. After Ghost Mother 15 left, Jiang Chongkong and Shura Empress hid in the pitch-black space. Can they be trusted? Shura Empress' face was filled with doubt. She had been betrayed by her friends too many times. Jiang Chongkong said calmly, it doesn't matter. I have a way to protect myself. Not to mention the monkey fur. The Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor might not kill him. If the Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor really hadn't found the Heavenly Tao Fragment, he had an immortal title. As long as he revealed his immortal title, the Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor wouldn't be in a hurry to kill him. However, this was a bit risky. He would let the Demon Emperor try first. The Demon Emperor and Sun Wuxuan left. They didn't return to the Shura clan, but to the Ghost City. Demon Monarch, this old man, is really cautious. It's no longer possible to secretly investigate. Sun Wuxuan, put away the sea-steadying divine iron needle. Feng Jiu sent a message. The Fiend Race's army is about to arrive. It's better to use force. Using force is fine. The Demon Emperor pondered for a moment. Did the Demon Emperor send an immortal venerate? Sun Wuxuan shook his head. It will be difficult for the demon emperor to invite an immortal venerate. As for the demon emperor himself, the immortal venerates probably won't be able to take care of themselves. The demon emperor frowned. What do you mean? Although the three factions agreed to give us a 3-day head start, no one can predict how despicable they are. If the demon emperor personally takes action, they will all participate. Sun Wuxuan said coldly. The demon emperor also has to be on guard against the 3 heavenly emperors. The demon emperor sighed. Then how many immortal emperors did they send? Feng Jiao and a peak immortal emperor. The demon emperor. Are you kidding me? What can I do with such a small force? Sun Wuxuan was strong, but the heavenly ghost great emperor wasn't weak either. He had the reincarnation disc and could command the ghost race. Just Ghost Mother and the Nether Dragons weren't weak either. It wouldn't be a problem for them to wipe out the Fiend Race army. As for Peak Immortal Emperor, would the Netherworld only have one Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor? Chapter 672. Demon Race Army? The Demon Emperor really wanted to laugh at the Demon Thearcha's face, hold him up, and beat him with all his might. Are they initial troops? Will they send more Peak or Peak Celestial Emperors over? The Demon Emperor asked. We only have 3 days. 1 day is almost over. We don't have time to send more troops over. Sun Wuxuan shook his head and said, They have already arrived. The Celestial Emperor arrived first. The Demon Emperor looked at the entrance of the underworld, and his demonic aura soared into the sky. 2 rays of light arrived beside them one after the other. Little Gua was lying on the Demon Emperor's shoulder, trembling as it looked at the Demon Emperor in fear. Greetings, Demon Emperor, Immortal Emperor Wuxian. Feng Jiao and the Peak Immortal Emperor cupped their fists. Why didn't the Demon Arch send more experts over? There are many immortal emperors in the underworld, and one of them is no weaker than Immortal Emperor Wuxian. Demon Emperor said with a cold expression. Demon Emperor, the demon court isn't peaceful right now. Even the other 3 forces aren't peaceful either. The peak stage Immortal Emperor sighed and explained. The celestial spirits have become active again. Other than our demon court, the other 3 major powers have all encountered problems. What problem? The Demon Emperor asked. The power of heaven can discover immortal essences. There are many immortal essences hidden in the demon court, including immortal emperors. It's the same for the other forces. Every immortal emperor has to be inspected by the Demon Arch, and only after confirming that there are no mistakes would they dare to send them out. The peak stage Celestial Emperor spoke in a low voice. Wu Ao was killed in prison. He was also inspected by the Demon Emperor before he could come out and work together with the Demon Emperor. The 4 great powers all have immortal spirits in hiding. Did they start the riot? The Demon Emperor asked solemnly. It's the power of the heavens. The power of the heavens automatically discovered it. When an immortal spirit's main body touches the power of the heavens, it will attack it. Aoi Numia explained. Immortal spirits were existences that the heavenly Tao could not tolerate. Are they trying to stop the revival of the heavenly Tao? Then why didn't they destroy the method to open the underworld? The Demon Emperor frowned. Sun Wuxuan shook his head. No, they probably also want to revive the heavenly Tao. According to Purgatory, it was discovered by the power of the heavens, not by them. The reason why the 4 great factions agreed to give us 3 days is probably because they want to clean up the immortal essences in their own factions. If that's the case, the other 3 forces won't be able to send out any more forces. The Demon Sovereign sighed. In that case, the Demon Sovereign couldn't be blamed. Who would have known that his subordinates actually had a bunch of immortal essences hidden? No wonder the Celestial Spirit said that it protected the main body. Protect my A*S. They were the ones who exposed themselves, causing the immortal emperors of the 4 major powers to be unable to spare a hand to kill him. Fortunately, at that time, he didn't believe the fairies' nonsense. Information about hell, Sun Wuxuan sent a message to them. I intend to use force and destroy the underworld. Immortal Emperor Wu Xian, let's think of another way. Aoi Numia was no fool. In this situation, they did not have the ability to fight back, even with the help of the Azura race. Sun Wuxuan was powerful, and no one could stop him if he wanted to. But they couldn't. What if they didn't escape? Wouldn't they die here? If we don't use force, what else can we do? Sun Wuxuan said coldly. The Yao Emperor pondered and said, It's not that there's no way. The other ghost clans in the underworld might not be willing to accept Sky Ghost's rule. The demon sovereign wants to rope in the ghost clan? Feng Jiu frowned and said, But we don't have the time. They still had more than 2 days to rope in the ghost clan, deal with Sky, Ghost the Great Emperor, and find the heavenly Tao fragment. There was not enough time. The latest situation in the underworld is that Sky, Ghost the Great Emperor, has the reincarnation disc and is guarding a mysterious area. The heavenly Tao fragment might be there. The demon sovereign said indifferently. How does the demon sovereign know? Sun Wuxuan was puzzled. He had been with the demon sovereign all this time and had not heard this information. Don't forget, we still have a friend who hasn't come out. The demon sovereign smiled faintly. Sky, Ghost the Great Emperor has not found the heavenly Tao fragment. He is not the fated one. The sacred land hid a heavenly Tao fragment. The celestial emperor knew about it, but he couldn't take it away. If the heavenly Tao was not willing, no matter how powerful you were, there was nothing you could do. Sun Wuxuan thought of Jiang Changkong, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Do you have a way? If we can get rid of Sky, Ghost the Great Emperor, we can rope in Ghost Mother and the Nether Dragon clan. The demon sovereign said indifferently, What we need to do now is to let Sky, Ghost the Great Emperor, see our strength, make him open the gap and agree to let us in. After that, we can get rid of him. Getting rid of Sky Ghost is a bit troublesome. Go in and find the heavenly Tao fragment first. Sky, Ghost the Great Emperor will not be willing. Sun Wuxuan frowned. That will depend on your strength, Celestial Emperor. We will show him our strength first and show him our strength. The demon sovereign said coldly, If he doesn't agree, just destroy the underworld. In the future, we will build another underworld. Destroy the underworld? Aoi Numi narrowed his eyes. If the underworld is destroyed, the heavenly Tao fragment can't be hidden anymore. It should have been like this long ago. This emperor will go now. Sun Wuxuan sneered and prepared to rush to the ghost cave in the sky. The demon sovereign smiled faintly. Don't be anxious, Celestial Emperor Wuxuan. With great strength, I still need you to make a trip and find a helper. Helper? Who? Sun Wuxuan was stunned. Did the demon sovereign know an expert not weaker than him? The demon sovereign transmitted his voice. Sun Wuxuan had a strange expression as he rushed out of the underworld and disappeared. Aoi Numi and Feng Jiu were puzzled, but since the demon sovereign didn't say, they didn't dare to ask. In less than 2 hours, Sun Wuxuan returned and said happily, Demon sovereign, that person has agreed. Very good. Let's go. The demon sovereign smiled and activated the bell of chaos fragment. The godly sea-steadying needle expanded and entered the ghost chi clouds, stirring up the ghost city. Roar! The heavenly ghost arch roared. A wheel appeared and clashed head-on with the godly sea-steadying needle. Rumble! The void was collapsing. Gray, chaotic currents drilled in, destroying everything. The Azura crawled out. The 3 Azura immortal emperors worked together with the demon sovereign and the demon sovereign to destroy the earth. The earth was collapsing. The chaotic currents crazily surged into the underworld, assimilating it. Demon race, you deserve to die. The angry roars of the evil spirits resounded through the sky. Countless evil spirits rushed out of the ghost city. Rumble! At the entrance, monstrous demonic chi filled the sky. The demon master Kuan-Yu and the heaven-devouring python led the demon race army to fight the ghost race. The godly sea-steadying needle smashed into the reincarnation wheel. Terrifying divine might cracked the void, and chaotic energy surged in. The bell reverberated, shattering the void. The underworld was no longer the underworld of the past. It was just a small space, not even a world. Demon race, do you really want to destroy the underworld? The heavenly ghost Dharch appeared, holding the reincarnation wheel. He activated the power of reincarnation, suppressing the void and forcing back the chaos. Old ghost, you should understand that the underworld is connected to the celestial world. It will bring about destruction. The demon sovereign controlled the divine bell phantom and was very domineering. I am only the vanguard. If you don't know what's good for you, the celestial sovereign will come. Even with the complete sage artifact, he could forget about surviving against a celestial sovereign, unless he was in celestial sovereign that had just broken through. But in the current celestial world, celestial sovereigns had cultivated many years ago. New celestial sovereigns had yet to appear. The heavenly ghost Thearcha's expression was cold. The reincarnation wheel shone with divine light. Despicable demon race, even if the underworld is destroyed, I will not die. With the reincarnation wheel in hand, he was not afraid even if he entered the primal chaos. Buzz, just as he was about to attack, an ancient divine might swept over. Whether it was the celestial kings or celestial emperors present, they all felt a chill in their hearts. The terrifying divine might flatten the spatial cracks and expelled the chaotic currents. The heavenly ghost Thearcha's reincarnation will shook violently. The godly sea-steadying needle was also buzzing. Sun Wuxuan still held his head high and looked at the heavenly ghost Dharch with disdain. He said proudly, "The celestial sovereign will come." Chapter 673. Immortal Sovereign. The sky ghost emperor gripped the reincarnation disc tightly. His expression was extremely grave. An immortal sovereign. Moreover, this aura was definitely not an ordinary immortal sovereign. The entire underworld fell into fear. The monster emperor did not feel anything. The chaos bell swayed lightly. Sky, ghost emperor, it's time to make a choice. The sky, ghost emperor's heart trembled. I don't have the heavenly Tao fragment. It seems like the sky ghost lineage is determined to resist to the end. The monster emperor looked at the sky ghost emperor in disappointment and sighed. Then I'll send you on your way. I really don't have the heavenly Tao fragment. The sky ghost emperor panicked and quickly explained. I'm still looking for it. I can let the monster race go in and look for it. The monster emperor frowned as if he was thinking about whether it was true or not. The Azura immortal emperor cooperated. Monster emperor, the sky ghost emperor is not lying. What he said is true. The monster emperor thought for a moment and waved his hand. Then let's leave it at that. I don't want to destroy the underworld either. Buzz. The immortal sovereign's aura disappeared. The sky ghost emperor looked at the entrance. There was a pair of eyes glowing with divine light staring at him. The immortal sovereign had arrived. The sky ghost emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the immortal sovereign did not want to kill him. He did not need to think about escaping into the chaos and leaving. Although he did not understand why the immortal sovereign would let him go, wouldn't it be better to kill him? But as long as he could live, it did not matter what the immortal sovereign was planning. Sky ghost emperor, as long as I obtain the heavenly Tao fragment, you will be the lord of the underworld appointed by the monster race and recognized by the heavenly Tao. The monster emperor made the promise with a smile. Thank you, monster emperor. The sky ghost emperor quickly bowed. He was almost scared out of his wits. The immortal sovereign's aura completely dissipated. The pair of divine eyes also left the underworld. Monster emperor, please come to the ghost city. The sky ghost emperor shouted. A group of malicious spirits quickly welcomed him. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They were very careful, afraid of angering the monster emperor. Aoinumia and Fengjiu were stunned. The four factions were currently dealing with the traitor. Where did the demon emperor find this celestial reverend? Moreover, it was an extremely powerful celestial prime. This kind of immortal sovereign was definitely famous in the immortal world, an ancient existence. On the other side, back in the darkness, Jiang Changkong suddenly had an inexplicable feeling, a feeling that had appeared after the wheel of reincarnation had been activated. Originally, it would only appear when he used the sky-splitting technique, but now it appeared on its own. The samsara disc was her most precious treasure. Fortunately, this phantom didn't make any other moves. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The celestial reverend that they invited did not wish to interfere in their affairs and was only invited with treasures. Ginseng fruit tree. Right now, the four major powers couldn't even take care of themselves. The immortal venerables couldn't come. They didn't have enough strength, so they could only ask for help. He didn't know if the other factions had immortal reverence, but he wasn't sure about the rogue cultivator alliance. Peng Lai still had a favor, but it was definitely not enough to invite an immortal venerable. He could only use the ginseng fruit tree that he had just obtained to trade with the Zhan Yuan immortal sect. He didn't need to ask him to kill the heavenly ghost emperor. He just needed to run out and support the demon emperor once to intimidate the heavenly ghost. Since the Zhan Yuan immortal sect agreed, he didn't need to think of any other way to find the heavenly ghost emperor. The heavenly ghosts that came to search were all driven out to fight. Jiang Changkong left with the Shura Empress and went to meet up with the demon emperor. The monster race had already stopped attacking and set up camp on the ground. The demon master Kuan Yu followed Fengjiu. He raised his head proudly and looked at the ghouls as if he had summoned the celestial reverend. The heavenly ghost emperor carefully accompanied the demon emperor into the ghost city with son Wuxuan guarding him. Heavenly ghost, this title of emperor is not good. In the future, change it to the Lord of the Underworld or the Lord of Samsara. It sounds much better than the heavenly ghost. The demon emperor said lightly. The heavenly ghost emperor was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Yes, demon emperor. When the demon emperor finds the heavenly Tao fragment, I will change my title to the Lord of the Underworld." He hadn't lost his mind yet. If the demon master couldn't find the heavenly Tao fragment, he couldn't become the Lord of the Underworld. "Ghost Mother, bring the heavenly god of justice here," the demon emperor said lightly. Yes. The immortal emperors of Ghost Mother's bloodline hurriedly left. Kuan Yu was startled. He lowered his head and hid behind Fengjiu. Fengjiu. This was a piece of trash who couldn't be helped up. Why is the heavenly god of justice here? Aoin and Yumie's eyes flashed. Jiang Changkong had killed 2 of their immortal kings. The demon emperor said indifferently, "The heavenly god of justice was invited by me to find the heavenly Tao fragment." As they spoke, they arrived at the heavenly ghost emperor's divine palace. There was a void gap about half the size of a human, and vengeful ghosts walked out from time to time. Jiang Changkong had also come, and so had Ghost Mother 15. "Demon Emperor, this is the entrance. There may be some danger inside. Please be careful." The heavenly ghost emperor led them into the gap. After passing through the gap, there was only a river in front of them. The yellow river of blood flowed, and there was a broken ancient bridge on it. The river was dead, and some ghosts were searching in the river. "Demon Emperor, this place is similar to the legendary river of forgetfulness. I suspected it before, but only the color of the river is similar." The heavenly ghost emperor said, "Those ghosts are all my subordinates. They are searching for treasures in this river." "You suspect that the heavenly Tao fragment is in here?" the demon emperor asked. "Yes, I found my reincarnation disc in here," the heavenly ghost emperor replied. Jiang Changkong was the first to enter the river. Apart from the color, this river had no other use. If the river of forgetfulness still had divine power, the vengeful ghosts that fell here would be trapped in it forever, unable to reincarnate. It was like an ordinary river, except that it was bottomless. The vengeful ghosts in the river saw the heavenly ghost emperor and hurriedly went ashore to salute. A group of monsters entered the river. Demon Master Kuin Yu swam the fastest. His eyes glowed as he searched for the heavenly Tao fragment. The heavenly Tao fragment in Jiang Changkong's body trembled slightly as if it had sensed something. He hurriedly followed the feeling and dove down. Kuin Yu focused his eyes and hurriedly chased after him. Jiang Changkong had a lot of secrets, and he was even the heavenly god of justice. He might have discovered something. Moreover, the Demon Emperor also followed. With the Demon Emperor here, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Changkong. Furthermore, there were a few celestial emperors here. Wah! An ear-piercing sob sounded. Kuin Yu's cheerful body suddenly stopped, and he didn't dare to go forward. There didn't seem to be any abnormalities in the river below. A hint of joy flashed in the heavenly ghost emperor's eyes, but he maintained a blank expression. He had been here more than once, but he didn't sense anything. The Demon Emperor appeared as soon as he arrived. As expected of the Demon Emperor, Jiang Changkong's expression became solemn. Only celestial venerables or even sages could hide from a peak celestial emperor like the heavenly ghost emperor. The heavenly Tao fragment was most likely inside. Jiang Changkong hurriedly sped up and dove down. The Demon Emperor followed closely behind, and Sun Wuxuan and Kuin Yu followed behind. Buzz! A dark, ghostly aura flashed, and they seemed to have arrived in a new world. Then they felt an extreme sense of danger. Splash! The sound of water splashing rang out one after another. Jiang Changkong and the others fell into a river of yellow blood. Many malicious spirits looked at them with malevolent expressions. Chapter 674. In the blood-yellow river, a powerful binding force pulled them down to the bottom of the river. Their divine bodies were corroded. Even Sun Wuxuan's divine body couldn't resist it. The divine ocean-pacifying needle shook. The power of the divine artifact caused the river to surge, but it passed through the surrounding malicious ghosts and didn't cause them any harm. These malicious ghosts also passed through their bodies. The malicious ghosts were stunned, as if they didn't understand why they couldn't harm them. The reincarnation disc shook. The heavenly ghost emperor activated his divine power to protect himself and Kuin Yu. Sun Wuxuan protected Feng Jiao and the demon emperor. Aoyin and Yuan's bodies were corroded, so they could only swim towards Sun Wuxuan. Divine patterns appeared on Jiang Changkong's body. His acquired chaotic Tao body was also being corroded. He could still bear it for now. He looked at the two sides of the river, but what surprised him was that little gua on his body didn't change even though it had touched the river. They were at the center of the river, about 10,000 miles from the shore. Adding on the river's binding and corrosive power, it would be difficult to swim to the shore. There was an ancient bridge above their heads, a complete bridge. This was more like the real river of forgetfulness. The heavenly ghost emperor took out the reincarnation disc and protected Jiang Changkong. Let's swim over first. The reincarnation disc protected them. The river was no longer corroded, and the binding power weakened. But they still couldn't fly. They could only move towards the shore. Sun Wuxuan swam to the shore with the demon emperor and the two demon immortal emperors. 10,000 miles was far, but with the divine artifact, they didn't care about the corrosive power. They separated the river and swam quickly. Kuin Yu swam the fastest. The heavenly ghost emperor and Jiang Changkong sat on Kuin Yu's back. Sun Wuxuan and the others also went up and used the two divine artifacts to suppress them. Kuin Yu didn't dare to say anything. Except for the toad on his back, he couldn't afford to offend anyone else. Kuin Yu swam with all his might. The river surged. 15 minutes later, Sun Wuxuan's eyes focused. Stop. What's wrong? Kuin Yu stopped, carrying a bit of shock, not understanding why he was told to stop. The demon emperor looked at the shore, then at the ancient bridge. We're still at our original position. How is this possible? Kuin, Yu stared blankly. It was true. Just now he had been swimming bravely and cleaving through the wind and waves, but in the end he was just spinning in circles. Jiang Changkong looked at Heavenly Ghost the Great Emperor. You've never been here before? The Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor shook his head. No, I've had the malicious ghosts search for him, but they haven't found anything out of the ordinary. As soon as the demon sovereign arrived, he came here. I was just about to lament that the demon sovereign was blessed by the heavens. The demon emperor is the heavens' mandate demon emperor, Sun Wuxuan said proudly. The spirit demon emperor frowned. Is it the blessing of the heavens or the killing intent of the heavens? I can't say for sure yet. Emperor Wuxian, can your ocean stabilizing godly iron needle extend over? Sun Wuxuan's sea-calming godly iron needle grew longer and quickly extended to the shore. Kuan Yu and the others looked expectant while the heavenly ghost great emperor lowered his eyes. Xiao Guan nervously grabbed onto Jiang Changkong's clothes. The ocean-pacifying godly iron had the characteristic of being infinitely short and infinitely long. 10,000 kilometers should not be a problem for it. However, as the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle grew longer and longer, the river actually became wider and longer. They were getting further and further away from the shore. Sun Wuxuan put away the iron rod and looked at the ancient bridge. The result was the same. The ancient bridge was getting higher and higher. No matter how long the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle grew, it couldn't reach the shore or the ancient bridge. Everyone's expressions darkened. If that was the case, wouldn't they have to sink in the river forever? Could this really be the river of forgetfulness? Kuan Yu's voice trembled. If they fell into the river of forgetfulness, they would never be able to reincarnate. So what if it's really the river of forgetfulness? There must be a way up, Sun Wuxuan said coldly. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes. The heavenly Tao fragment in his body was still trembling, telling him that the other fragment wasn't here. The underworld's heavenly Tao fragment wasn't in the river of forgetfulness. The heavenly ghost, great emperor's expression was gloomy. He closed his eyes, thinking about something. Kuan Yu was anxious. Old ghost, you've been in the underworld for so many years. Think of a way. He was the weakest one. Once he couldn't hold on any longer, he would definitely be thrown away. The demon emperor was silent. Jiang Changkong opened his eyes and stood up. Why don't we go to the bottom of the river to search? The bottom of the river? Kuan Yu screamed. It's already difficult for us on the surface. If we go to the bottom, we might not even be able to get up. We'll know after we try. After saying that, Jiang Changkong jumped down. Little Gua, who was on his shoulder, followed him into the river. Once they entered the river, they lost the protection of the divine artifact. The binding power became stronger, and the corrosive power threatened their bodies again. The others didn't go down. The bottom of the river was blood yellow. There wasn't even a ghost shadow. Little Gua, however, wasn't injured at all. It swam happily in the river. Jiang Changkong was surprised. He sent a voice transmission. Little Gua, how did you do it? This toad had been very unusual since they arrived. It wasn't affected at all. Little Gua sent a voice transmission. Close your eyes. Don't think about anything. Walk forward. Remember, don't let your mind be distracted. Don't swim. After saying that, it lay on his shoulder again. Jiang Changkong was confused. He decided to give it a try. He cleared his mind, closed his eyes, and retracted his divine power. Jiang Changkong walked forward step by step. Little Gua, who was on his shoulder, also closed its eyes. Without any distracting thoughts, Jiang Changkong walked forward step by step. The binding power was gone. It was as if he was walking on a sturdy stone path. A moment later, he was awakened by a cry of surprise. Splash! Jiang Changkong fell into the river and floated to the surface. He stared at Kuan Yu fiercely. Silly bird, get rid of all distracting thoughts. Walk on your own. After saying that, he started walking again. The demon emperor and the others quickly followed him and walked together. They walked on the river and walked on the water. After a quarter of an hour, they were all standing on the shore. In the river, countless ghosts were struggling. Jiang Changkong, how did you find out? Kuan Yu asked. Jiang Changkong said calmly, when I entered the bottom of the river, I was almost dragged down by the binding power. My mind was blank. That's how I found out. Since little Gua was unwilling to say, he did not say it. He looked around. There was a city in front of them, a ghost city filled with eerie qi. There was an ancient road that led to the ghost city. At the bottom of the ancient road, there was red lava. Fireballs flew up from time to time. The group carefully walked on the ancient road. The divine artifact released its divine power to protect them. Boom! A huge fireball flew up from below and smashed towards them. The reincarnation plate released a stream of divine power and shattered the fireball. Jiang Changkong and the others continued forward. The fireballs kept flying, and the reincarnation plate kept releasing its power. Fortunately, the ancient shadow did not come out. It was as if it did not sense the reincarnation plate. The heavenly Tao fragment shook more and more violently, guiding him. The heavenly Tao fragment was in the ghost city. Crack! Suddenly, there was a sound from the ancient road. A stream of fire spread, and the entire ancient road was set ablaze. The fire burned everything. The temperature was terrifying, but it also had a unique cold aura. They shivered and felt as if their souls were frozen. However, their bodies emitted a faint smell of meat. Kuan Yu felt as if he was being roasted. He sped up and rushed towards the ghost city. Chapter 675. Kuan Yu was extremely fast and was the first to rush out of the ancient path. Jiang Changkong and the others were shocked. They had thought that the ancient path was also endless and needed to be clear of distracting thoughts or other dangers. Unexpectedly, they really just had to rush through. They sped up and left the ancient path. Leaving the ancient path, they still felt cold and hot. Their divine bodies couldn't withstand the burning of the flames here. The gate of the ghost city was tightly shut. There was a roulette groove on it. Sky, Ghost Emperor, had already put the reincarnation disc in without them saying anything. Crack! The gate slowly opened, and Sky, Ghost Emperor, quickly put away the reincarnation disc. An eerie aura spread out from the ghost city. Entering the ghost city, Lin Fan saw numerous figures and malicious ghosts walking on the streets. Seeing them arrive, they looked at them in surprise and then looked away. Jiang Changkong subconsciously looked at Sky, Ghost Emperor. He thought he had returned to the ghost city above. The heavenly ghost Great Emperor walked forward expressionlessly. A group of people gathered and walked on the streets. The malicious ghosts here were the same as the ones in the river. They were all illusory. No one could hurt anyone. The resonance of the heavenly Tao fragment became stronger and stronger. Jiang Changkong quickened his pace. Little Gua suddenly grabbed his shoulder tightly with its claws. Its claws tore his clothes and almost pierced into his flesh. But because his defense was too strong, little Gua couldn't do it yet. Jiang Changkong stopped in his tracks, but the others didn't. They continued to walk forward by themselves. The Yao Emperor stopped. Sun Wuxuan followed beside him. What's wrong? Sky, Ghost Emperor, Kuan Yu, and the others turned around in confusion. Jiang Changkong frowned. He was about to say something when there was a change in front of them. Boom! The ground in front of them sank. Sky, Ghost Emperor, and the others didn't have time to react and fell. New stone slabs filled in the front. Everything returned to its original state. It seemed like nothing had changed. Only Sky Ghost, Kuan Yu, Fengjiu, and Aoi Numia were missing. Little Gua, you should tell us now. Jiang Changkong turned to look at little Gua on his shoulder. Sun Wuxuan was surprised. It was this little toad. An early-stage immortal king was pitifully weak. Xiao Gua shook its head. I don't know either, but there is a voice in my head telling me how to go. Jiang Changkong and the other two quickly asked, "What's that sound?" "I don't know. It's very unfamiliar. I think I've heard this voice before, but I can't remember." Xiao Guo thought about it carefully, but it could not remember anything. It could only shake its head. "Let's go. Let's continue forward," Jiang Changkong said lightly. "We're not going to save them." Little Guo was a little startled. "Those are our companions, and 3 of them are from your demon clan. Are you going to leave just like that?" Sun Wuxuan said indifferently. "For the great cause of the Yao race, they died a worthy death." "Xiao Guo, I feel that you demons are so cold-blooded," the demon sovereign said indifferently. "With the saint artifact, the wheel of reincarnation, they won't die. Let's find the heavenly Tao fragment first." It was not that he was cold-blooded, but that he and Kuan Yu did not get along to begin with. Sun Wuxuan also did not take Kuan Yu seriously. As for the other 2 celestial emperors, they had nothing to do with him. Jiang Changkong said as they walked, "Don't you feel that this place is very similar to the ghost city outside?" "Yes, it's not that different." Sun Wuxuan's gaze was slightly cold. "The heavenly ghost has been here before? I've asked the ghost mother about the ghost city outside. It was built by the heavenly ghost emperor. Also, the method to open the city is the wheel of reincarnation, which is in the hands of the heavenly ghost emperor." Jiang Changkong said solemnly, "If there are no accidents, the heavenly ghost emperor might know this place very well. With the saint artifact, the wheel of reincarnation, we will meet him again soon." The demon sovereign nodded and looked at Xiao Guo. "Xiao Guo, do you hear anything now?" Xiao Guo shook its head. The 3 continued walking. Both sides of the street were filled with ordinary houses. After crossing the street, the 3 were stunned. The collapsed houses were in ruins. The buildings in front of them were all shattered. Not a single wall was intact. The response from the heavenly Tao fragment was getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Changkong walked over, and the demon sovereign and Sun Wuxuan hurriedly followed. Stepping on the broken buildings, Jiang Changkong stopped in the ruins of a divine temple. The heavenly Tao's response was here. "Let's look around." Jiang Changkong raised his palm and discovered that his divine energy had been sealed at some point in time. Strange patterns appeared on the ground. It was the same for Sun Wuxuan and the demon sovereign. "Looks like I can only rely on strength." Sun Wuxuan was still holding the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle and flicked a stone away. Jiang Changkong moved a stone and began to clean it. The demon sovereign's chaotic golden crow body was also very strong. Xiao Guo could not help and could only watch from the side. The broken divine temple was quickly cleaned, and a pattern appeared on the ground. It had a human body, a snake tail, and 7 arms on its back. 2 hands grew in front of its chest, each holding 2 soaring snakes, the pattern of that ancient existence. Sun Wuxuan hurriedly bowed, respectfully. This was an ancient almighty. Xiao Guo also jumped down with a hint of excitement. I think I've seen her before." Jiang Changkong and the others. "Seen her before? Are you Bulsh *Ting? She left in the primordial era. Are you a celestial king from the primordial era until now? That's really useless. You're still an early stage celestial king after so long. Weren't you born in the ghost city? When did you see her? Where did you see him?" Jiang Changkong asked. Xiao Guo thought for a moment and shook its head. "I don't know. I think it was in a dream." "Little toad, I often dream of heaven's equal," Sun Wuxuan said with a smile. Sun Wuxuan was not surprised by this kind of dream. Who didn't want to see their own almighty? Jiang Changkong faintly smiled and said, "Then can you open this place? I can feel that the heavenly Tao fragment is in this pattern." Xiao Guo shook its head and retreated. "You do it," the demon sovereign said indifferently. Jiang Changkong frowned. "I don't have divine power. Let me try." The connate divine pattern appeared. Jiang Changkong was ready to use the technique of opening the sky with the azure light. Buzz! The primal chaos appeared behind him. The ancient figure had awakened. He could use the azure light to open the sky, but he didn't know if it would work. The pattern on the ground was also shaking, emitting cold ghost energy and a monstrous, murderous aura. The ground was shaking. The array formation here began to operate. Their divine power leaked out uncontrollably and entered the pattern. The pattern seemed to come to life. Its eyes opened and stared at them calmly. The three of them were horrified by this scene. If this person came to life, even if it was just a clone, they wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, they had used up most of their divine power. The pattern really stood up. It was exactly the same as the figure behind Jiang Changkong, except that one was an illusion and the other was formed by divine power. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. The figure behind him stretched out a hand and landed on his shoulder. The divine power figure also stretched out its hand and placed it on his shoulder. The divine power figure turned into a ray of light and entered Jiang Changkong's back. A human-sized hole appeared where the pattern was. The heavenly Tao fragment was inside. Let's go. Jiang Changkong walked in first and brought Xiaogua with him. Chapter 676. Inside the pitch-black hole was a space that was 100 meters high. This place was shrouded in black energy. One couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Even celestial emperors couldn't see clearly. The three of them landed and felt that they were stepping on empty space. When they looked down, it was also illusory like the void. Go left, don't go forward. Little Gua's voice sounded with a hint of seriousness. You heard the sound again? Jiang Changkong and the other two were surprised. Little Gua said softly, I heard it. This is the 18th level. 18 levels? Jiang Changkong was slightly startled. 18 levels of hell? Yes. This darkness contains endless danger. Without the protection of the reincarnation disc, one wrong step and even a celestial venerable will die. Little Gua said. Sun Wuxuan suddenly felt that he was so useless. A peak celestial emperor was not even as good as a toad that Jiang Changkong knew here. Demon Emperor's eyes shone. With the protection of the reincarnation disc, we can come here. Doesn't that mean that the heavenly ghost great emperor will also appear? Sun Wuxuan gripped the metal rod tightly, took out a pill, and swallowed it. His divine power was recovering. I won't let him off this time. Jiang Changkong and Demon Emperor also swallowed the pill and recovered their divine power. With Little Gua's guidance, Jiang Changkong and the other two traveled in the darkness without encountering any danger. 2 hours later, they stopped. A statue of a deity had appeared in front of them. That ancient statue held a palm-sized fragment with both hands, giving off a special ripple. Heavenly Tao fragment. We can take it directly? Jiang Changkong looked at Little Gua. Little Gua replied, No, there are still dangers here. It will be very dangerous to take the heavenly Tao fragment directly. You guys recover first. Their divine power had not fully recovered, especially Sun Wuxuan, whose celestial power was boundless. The three of them sat cross-legged. Within Jiang Changkong's body, the heavenly Tao fragment trembled more and more intensely. Rumble. In the darkness, there were continuous explosions and roars. The heavenly ghost great emperor and the others had arrived. Jiang Changkong did not let Little Gua greet them, nor did he tell them the way. He seized the time to recover. The heavenly ghost great emperor had concealed too much information, but he did not say it out loud. Clearly, he was not sincere in his submission. 2 hours later, Jiang Changkong and the other two had recovered their strength and adjusted their condition. The voices of Kuan-Yu and the others were getting closer and closer. After another 15 minutes, the reincarnation wheel dispersed the darkness, and the heavenly ghost appeared with Kuan-Yu and the other two demons. Demon Emperor, we finally found you. Kuan-Yu was pleasantly surprised as he quickly ran to the Demon Emperor's side. Feng Jiao, Aoyin, and Yu Mia followed closely behind Sun Wuxuan. The heavenly ghost great emperor looked at the god statue and congratulated. Congratulations, demon monarch. Congratulations, demon monarch, for finding the heavenly Tao fragment. Heavenly ghost, this place is very similar to the city above you. Sun Wuxuan said coldly, have you been here before? The heavenly ghost great emperor was slightly startled. Immortal Emperor Wuxian, you can't speak carelessly. I'm also very confused about this. If I had been here before, how could I not know how dangerous it was? Jiang Chongkong said, this king also believes that the heavenly ghost Darch did not come here. After all, there is the heavenly Tao fragment. Maybe the heavenly Tao sensed the ghost city outside and specially manifested it. Yes, the ghost race's buildings are similar. It's normal to have similar buildings, said the heavenly ghost great emperor. Sun Wuxuan still wanted to say something, but the demon monarch smiled faintly. Immortal Emperor Wuxian, you think too much. The heavenly ghost great emperor is very loyal. Even if he obtained the heavenly Tao fragment, he would give it to this emperor. I sincerely submit to the demon monarch, the heavenly ghost great emperor hurriedly said. The demon monarch smiled faintly. Then, heavenly ghost great emperor, please obtain the heavenly Tao fragment for this emperor. This. The heavenly ghost great emperor was startled and hurriedly said, demon monarch, the heavenly Tao fragment is very special and I am a ghost race. If I awaken the heavenly Tao as soon as I come into contact with it, then my sin is great. Yes, demon monarch, how can you let him obtain the heavenly Tao fragment? Aoyin Yumia and Fengjiu said at the same time. Sun Wuxuan did not say a word, tightly gripping the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle. The heavenly ghost great emperor's eyes flashed, and he saw a voice approaching the heavenly Tao fragment from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Demon monarch, your identity is noble. The heavenly Tao fragment should be obtained by you personally. The demon monarch's expression was calm as he looked at the heavenly Tao fragment. Since the heavenly ghost great emperor is unwilling to take this special honor, this emperor, Kuan-Yu, what are you doing? However, he saw that Kuan-Yu had already arrived in front of the god statue, holding the heavenly Tao fragment. Demon monarch, it doesn't matter if the demon master takes it, it's all for the demon race, Aoyin Yumia said. Kuan-Yu held the heavenly Tao fragment, his eyes filled with excitement. Demon monarch, this demon master will personally offer this to the demon Darch, and this demon master will also report your contribution to the demon Darch. After saying that, he took out the heavenly Tao fragment and stood behind Aoyin Yumia. Rumble. The heavenly Tao fragment left. The 18 levels of hell shook. An entire god statue shattered and collapsed. Roar. A strange roar shook the heavens and resounded through the 18 layers of hell. The darkness collapsed, and everything was obliterated. Jiang Chongkong and the others were blown out at the same time. Boundless immortal light shone through the darkness, and the ghost city was instantly razed to the ground under this power. Sun Wuxuan waved the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle to block the immortal light. The terrifying power ruptured his hand, and even the indestructible diamond body couldn't block the immortal power's impact. Although Jiang Chongkong and the others were protected by Sun Wuxuan, they were still heavily injured. The heavenly ghost great emperor stood in place with the reincarnation disc above his head, his hands behind his back, his expression proud. Damn you, Kuan-Yu! How did you become the demon master? The demon monarch's divine body cracked, and the chaos spell image collapsed. Sun Wuxuan pointed his metal rod at Kuan-Yu. This emperor really wants to beat you to death. Kuan-Yu's body trembled in fear. He was in an even worse state. Half of his body was gone, and he was using his divine power to recover. What's going on? Aoyin Yumia and Fengjiu asked in shock. Let me tell you what's going on. The heavenly ghost great emperor rose into the sky, and the reincarnation disc released a mysterious divine light. I have indeed been here before. The ghost city outside was built according to this place. I have been waiting for the ghost race of the underworld to open this place and take out the heavenly Tao fragment. However, I didn't expect that the one who opened this place would be the demon race, the nemesis of the shaman. If Huda knew this, she would probably go crazy with anger. An ancient aura rose from below, and a vast immortal light came out of the heavenly ghost great emperor's body, resonating with the thing below. Aoin, Yumia said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that the demon race's immortal sovereign?" The demon race's immortal sovereign came before. Immortal sovereign? The heavenly ghost great emperor sneered, and a hint of madness appeared on his face. If it weren't for Hutu, I would have reached origin chaos long ago. You ants dare to be impudent in front of me. A terrifying divine power finally awakened. An enormous beast rose from below. Although it wasn't as powerful as the one from the Zhenyuan celestial sect, it far surpassed Sun Wuxuan's. It surpassed the limits of the immortal emperor, a terrifying immortal sovereign. The heavenly ghost great emperor merged into the beast's body, revealing sharp fangs, a body like a mountain, and 4 legs like pillars. I haven't seen this body in a long time. Hutu, you sealed me for so many years, but you still miscalculated. I still came out. Chapter 677. The Sky Ghost Emperor was not a ghost, but a fierce beast that caused chaos in the underworld. He had been sealed by Hutu, but because of the turmoil in the underworld, the seal had fluctuated, allowing his soul to escape and obtain the reincarnation disc. He wanted his body back, and he also wanted the heavenly Tao fragment, but he had no choice. He couldn't find this place. Even after he found it, he was powerless to undo the seal, because this place was set up to seal him. If he touched the fragment of the heavenly Tao, his soul would be sucked into it and sealed. The demon emperor did not fall for it. He was unwilling to take the heavenly Tao fragment. But Kuan-Yu, the demon master, had his own thoughts. Obtain the heavenly Tao fragment and make a contribution. Wipe away the humiliation, and his previous failures would be nothing. He had succeeded, but he had also failed. After obtaining the heavenly Tao fragment, he unsealed the Sky Ghost Emperor's body, allowing his strength to recover. This was an immortal sovereign, a terrifying existence that had once touched the Saint Realm and almost reached the Tao realm. The limit of a mortal sovereign could no longer describe him. He should be called a half-saint. What a foolish demon! An immortal sovereign wants to scare me? The huge beast's voice was like thunder, and the reincarnation disc released its divine might. A celestial realm without even a saint will eventually fall under my hands. The world shook. The beast was tens of thousands of feet tall, and the divine might of an immortal sovereign injured everyone present again. Even Sun Wuxuan could not bear this pressure. They were both sage artifacts, but the reincarnation disc's quality was definitely above his ocean-stabilizing divine iron needle. The Sky Ghost's strength also far surpassed his. Ants witnessed the power of the reincarnation disc. The heavenly ghost let out a long howl, carrying with it an indescribable excitement and agitation. Hutu had suppressed him and left the reincarnation disc behind. Now he would use the reincarnation disc to destroy these ants who had unsealed Hutu. Immortal Emperor Wuxuan, what should we do now? Feng Jiao and Aoin Yumia were terrified. Facing an immortal sovereign with a sage artifact, there was no second possibility other than death. As for escaping, there was no way to escape. Demon Master Kuan-Yu was scared silly. He would never have dreamed that he would release such a terrifying existence. Sun Wuxuan's eyes were cold. He wanted to beat them to death. It was all your fault, and you're asking me what I should do? What else could this emperor do? Little Gua picked up the fragment of the heavenly path and placed it in Jiang Changkong's hand without being affected by the godly aura. It pushed him hard and said, "You go." "All right, I'll try." Jiang Changkong took a deep breath and stepped forward. Sun Wuxuan and the others were stunned. Kuan-Yu and the two demon immortal emperors were also stunned. Jiang Changkong was going to deal with an immortal venerable? The reincarnation wheel shook violently, and a smile appeared on Heavenly Ghost's enormous head. It was a smile of contempt. The reincarnation disc released divine light like a flood of divine power. A special reincarnation power flooded over. Rumble. The void was collapsing, and all living things were vanishing. Endless streams of primal chaos poured into the area. Sun Wuxuan shook his divine weapon and was about to attack, but the demon emperor stopped him. Buzz. A terrifying aura, ancient, desolate, and everlasting, awakened within Jiang Changkong's body. The power of reincarnation paused for a moment before it rolled back and landed on Heaven Ghost's huge body. Boom! The beast's body tumbled and flew backward. The immortal venerables' blood scattered in the endless void, completely shattering the space where he was. Streams of primal chaos surged and assimilated with the immortal venerable's blood. Roar! The Heavenly Ghost was shocked and angry. Its enormous body stirred up the primal chaos, bringing with it chaotic turbulence. The reincarnation disc on its head smashed into him, tearing his skin and breaking his bones. Taking advantage of his roar, the reincarnation disc flew behind Jiang Changkong and was grabbed by a jade-like hand. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and a mysterious force pulled the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle, wanting to leave Sun Wuxuan's grasp. Sun Wuxuan let go of the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle and let it fly into Jiang Changkong's hand. Hutu! The beast roared and spat out chaotic currents, glaring at the figure behind Jiang Changkong. Divine power flowed, and an aura that did not belong to an immortal suppressed the void. This was the pattern they had seen before. It had absorbed their divine power and merged with the figure. The heavenly Tao fragment was also in Hutu's hand. Jiang Changkong's eyes shot out divine light, and the heavenly eye between his eyebrows released a terrifying power. He could feel the endless power behind him, as well as the support of the reincarnation disc. He did not know how strong this power was. He only knew that the Heavenly Ghost, this immortal venerable's divine power, was useless against him. Endless power poured into the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle, and he stepped into the primal chaos. The two divine artifacts released their divine power at the same time for him to use. And you're just a wisp of power left behind by Hutu. The beast roared, stirring up the primal chaos. The figure behind Jiang Changkong was only a wisp of Hutu's divine power, not an incarnation or a wisp of Hutu's divine soul. If Hutu had intelligence, the Heavenly Ghost would have run away in fear. The iron cudgel smashed down, and endless power made Jiang Changkong feel that he was extremely powerful. The ocean-pacifying godly iron needle was also 10,000 feet tall, and the reincarnation disc suppressed the primal chaos. The ocean-pacifying godly iron needle fell and collided with the beast's mountainous claws. Boom! The ocean-pacifying godly iron needle shook, and Jiang Changkong staggered. The giant beast didn't move at all, and its claws weren't injured at all. Although the divine artifacts were powerful, he couldn't unleash their full power. "Ant, you're not qualified yet." The giant beast calmed down. Although he had two divine artifacts, Jiang Changkong was too weak. With the help of the power left behind by Hutu, he was barely qualified to fight against the beast. The giant beast's huge eyes glowed with a cruel light. Divine light shot into the sky, and the primal chaos energy was also attracted. Jiang Changkong activated the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle and the reincarnation disc. The two divine artifacts guarded in front of him. Boom! The battle started again. The two divine artifacts were undamaged, but Jiang Changkong was knocked back, and the Hutu figure behind him also fluctuated. Not good. Jiang Changkong is not a match for it, Sun Wuxuan said solemnly. Don't worry. Take your time and watch, the Demon Emperor said lightly. Kuan Yu looked up. Let's run first. Little Toad, take us out. Little Gua raised its head and glared at him. Leave if you want. If Jiang Changkong loses, the underworld will be finished. Sun Wuxuan's eyes were full of murderous intent. Kuan-Yu, I really want to kill you. Kuan-Yu kept quiet. Feng Jiao and Ao Yin fell into silence. They didn't dare to speak up for Kuan-Yu. They hated Kuan-Yu to the core. Run. Where could they run to now? The ocean-pacifying godly iron needle was still in Jiang Changkong's hands. If they ran, would they give up the divine artifact? In the chaos, the battle became more and more intense. Jiang Changkong rolled back and forth, his body full of wounds. The giant beast crushed him, but he wasn't injured at all. Even the two divine artifacts couldn't make up for the difference in power. It's over, Aunt. The beast roared with murderous intent. His patience had run out. The primal chaos energy, combined with the celestial power in his body, enveloped Jiang Changkong and shook the chaos for hundreds of thousands of miles. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed, but a hint of coldness flashed through them. He activated all the power in his body. The Huda figure behind him directly entered his body. Chapter 678. Xiao Gua looked at the chaos and prayed. Mighty and kind goddess Pingxin, you must protect the underworld and protect Jiang Changkong. Sun Wuxuan and the other beasts had solemn expressions. Although they couldn't help, they didn't want to leave. If Jiang Changkong died, they wouldn't be able to live either. But it was too late to escape now. Although it was fast, it couldn't compare to a celestial sovereign. Hutu's figure entered the chaos. Jiang Changkong held the two sage artifacts in his hands. Azure light, divine glyphs, and divine power gathered in his body. Split the heavens. The chaos was torn apart. The surrounding chaos was torn apart by a mysterious power. Earth, water, fire, and wind appeared. Clear air rose and turbid air fell. Split the heavens. A trace of horror flashed in the eyes of the huge beast, but it was already too close to Jiang Changkong. It was impossible for it to dodge now. Escaping also wouldn't work. It would only expose itself to the power of split the heavens. Boom! The two sage artifacts activated the power of split the heavens and slashed down. The terrifying power of split the heavens tore apart the chaos, the beast's celestial power and its body. At this moment, it finally understood why it could easily crush Jiang Changkong. But it didn't use the power of split the heavens. This guy was worried that it would escape. Roar! A painful roar resounded throughout the chaos. The celestial sovereign's blood was like a river rushing through the chaos. His body was almost cut into two halves. Only a bit of flesh and blood was still attached to his body. At this moment, the two sacred weapons displayed a different kind of terrifying godly might. It far surpassed the power of an early-stage celestial sovereign. Split the heavens' second form. Before the beast could react, Jiang Changkong took out the two sage artifacts and attacked. The chaos within hundreds of thousands of miles, whether it was the chaos turbulence or the earth, water, fire, or wind, all stopped. The celestial sovereign beast roared. Its body that was almost separated was trembling in fear. But it couldn't break free. It could only watch as the second form of split the heavens descended. The chaos raged. The chaos beast that was hundreds of thousands of miles away was torn to pieces by this power. The giant beast turned into pieces of flesh that scattered in the chaos. Its life aura had already dissipated. An immortal venerable had fallen. The divine sea-pacifying needle left him and flew back into Sun Wuxuan's hand. The wheel of samsara turned into a ray of light and entered his body. The heavenly Tao fragment shook violently. The wheel of reincarnation released a message that entered his mind. Jiang Changkong's face twitched. Looking at the scattered flesh and blood of the immortal lord, he hurriedly collected it. He already knew the method to awaken the heavenly Tao fragment. However, this was a little difficult, so he could only go into debt for now. If the demon emperor were to owe this debt, the demon race might even help. Leaving Handan, Xiao Gua was the first to lie on his body and rub against him intimately. The reincarnation disc released information again. Only then did he know Little Gua's true identity. Before Huda left, he enlightened the spirit of the underworld. As long as the underworld was not destroyed, he would be able to reincarnate continuously. Little Gua had died many times. Every time it died, it would forget most of its memories. At most, it would have some impression of it. This was also the reason why he felt that he had seen Huta before. Perhaps one day he would remember when he had seen the Empress Earth. The reincarnation disc only knew about Little Gua's information. It didn't know how many times he had died and reincarnated over the years. Jiang Changkong sat cross-legged and consumed an immortal pill to recover his divine power. His power had been completely depleted. Even the power of his Dao body had been depleted. Now he really had no power to resist. The others could see his weakness. Aoyin and Yumie's eyes flashed. "Thank you, Heavenly God of Justice, for resolving this disaster and helping the demon race find the heavenly Dao fragment. What do you want to say?" Jiang Changkong raised his eyelids and said indifferently, "Heavenly God of Justice, please give the heavenly Dao fragment to me and bring it back to the Demon Emperor." Kuan Yu said. Feng Jiu didn't say anything. She felt that this was most likely impossible. Sun Wuxuan held the ocean-pacifying godly iron needle with killing intent in his eyes. He was wondering if he should get rid of these two pieces of trash. Not only did they only cause trouble, but they also wanted the heavenly Dao fragment to take back and claim credit? This kind of trash really deserved to be killed. The Demon Emperor said indifferently, Then I'll have to trouble you, Demon Master." Kuan Yu was stunned. Aoyin and Yu Miao were also stunned. Feng Jiu didn't understand. They didn't expect the Demon Emperor to be so straightforward. What a loyal and good Demon Emperor. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be moved. If the Demon Emperor dared to give it to them, they dared to take it. Jiang Changkong took out the heavenly Dao fragment. "Since the Demon Emperor said so, I won't say anything else. Take it." Kuan Yu was about to take it, but a hand was faster and grabbed the heavenly Dao fragment first. Sun Wuxuan looked at them coldly. "The Demon Emperor is lenient, but I'm not. You caused this disaster, and the Demon Emperor is merciful not to punish you. Do you have the face to take the heavenly Dao fragment and go back to claim credit?" Gulp. Kuan Yu gulped. Aoyin and Yumia averted their eyes. They couldn't afford to offend this monkey. He looked at the Demon Emperor with a hint of threat. He was clearly saying that if they didn't hand over the heavenly Dao fragment, the Demon Emperor would never let them go. Sun Wuxuan's gaze became colder. The Demon Emperor smiled faintly and took the heavenly Dao fragment, placing it in Kuan Yu's hand. "Demon Master, go back and report." Kuan Yu quickly put it away and looked at the Demon Emperor with satisfaction. He glanced at Sun Wuxuan, not daring to provoke him. Finally, he looked provocatively at Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong had recovered some of his strength. He sent out a slap, sending Kuan Yu flying. Aoyin and Yumie's expressions changed. Sun Wuxuan's gaze was cold as he slapped the two celestial emperors away. "Demon Emperor, I killed them. The news won't spread." Sun Wuxuan already had the intention to kill. "Let's go." The Demon Emperor shook his head. Kuan Yu and the other two got up with sullen expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything and could only follow. They soared into the sky and easily left this place, returning to the lake above. Back at the Ghost City, the Demon Master and the others quickly rushed out. They wanted to bring the heavenly Dao fragment back to report. "Demon Emperor, are you really going to let them bring the heavenly Dao fragment?" Sun Wuxuan said unwillingly. The Demon Emperor was silent. Jiang Changkong smiled indifferently and also didn't speak. Sun Wuxuan gritted his teeth and wanted to stop Kuan Yu. In the end, there was a flash of light, and the aura of heaven fluctuated. The heavenly Dao fragment suddenly appeared in front of the Demon Emperor and Jiang Changkong. "This is..." Sun Wuxuan was shocked. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "If the heavens don't agree, No one can take it away. Demon Emperor, you should keep it." Sun Wuxuan grinned. Kuan Yu and the other two flew over again and looked eagerly. "I really want to give it to you." The Demon Emperor sighed and handed the Heavenly Tao fragment over. "Take it." Sun Wuxuan didn't stop them. They couldn't take it away anyway. Kuan Yu and the other two didn't give up and tried a few more times. In the end, they sadly found that the Heavenly Tao chose the Demon Emperor and not them. As for the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Tao didn't recognize the current Demon Emperor and didn't give him face. Holding the Heavenly Tao fragment again, the Demon Emperor said unwillingly, "I really don't want Buzz." The unique aura of heaven fluctuated. The Demon Emperor's body shook, and his expression became solemn. A vast heavenly voice came from his mouth. "I am Donghuang Changyue. I wish for hell to be restored, and for the ghost race to live in peace and prosperity." Heavenly voice after heavenly voice sounded, and more so, it was a grand wish. While Kuan Yu and the other two were stunned, the Heavenly Tao had awakened. Chapter 679. Seeing how unwilling the demon sovereign was, Kuan Yu and the other two felt like they had been dealt a heavy blow. "You don't want to, but we do." However, they were willing, but the Heavenly Tao was not. "This emperor swears that I will rebuild the underworld. One day, I will split the heavens and the earth and restore the underworld. If I violate this oath, then I will enter the underworld and guard it for all eternity." The Demon Emperor swore an oath, and the Heavenly Tao completely awakened. The power of the heavens enveloped the entire underworld. The bloodline of Mother Ghost Mother and the bloodline of the Nether Dragons roared in unison. "We will honor the Demon Monarch forever, and we will follow him through life and death." "We, the Demon Emperor, will follow you through life and death." Previously, the Heavenly Ghost Emperor had submitted to the Demon Emperor. Now that the Demon Emperor had activated the power of the heavens, it was only natural that he would become the sole ruler of the underworld. Just like that, he accepted the Heavenly Ghost Emperor's painstaking efforts and took direct control of the entire underworld. Of course, this was because hell was too small and there were too few races. That was why it was so easy to control. Unfortunately, hell didn't materialize any buildings. The reason for this was simple. Hell was incomplete, and there was probably no place for the manifestation to be placed. This was the best that hell could do right now. Unless he transformed himself into hell immediately, or split the heavens and earth apart to create a new hell. Splitting open the heavens and splitting the earth was one thing, but he wasn't interested in transforming his body into hell. He wasn't strong enough. When he reached the limit of the immortal venerable realm and had no other choice, he could transform his body into the netherworld and prove his Tao in another way. With the recovery of the Heavenly Tao, Jiang Changkong also received rewards. 50 million. Had the Heavenly Tao come to an agreement? Then he topped it up to 50 million yuan. Fortunately, the resources from the Heavenly Court had yet to arrive, so they should arrive soon. Last time, he looked for Feng Jiu and asked her to remind the Demon Court to give him some benefits. He believed that it would be soon. He was not in a hurry to level up. He would wait for the resources to arrive first. The ghosts in the underworld would be managed by Ghost Mother and Nether Dragon. Kuan Yu and Aoi Numia went back to report. Jiang Changkong continued to have Feng Jiu urge them to send resources. Jiang Changkong wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the underworld to reminisce with his friends. Sun Wuxuan didn't say anything. He had been a great help this time. 6 pieces of the heavenly axiom had been awakened. The ancient heaven realm should already have enough. Jiang Changkong took out the ginseng fruit tree and asked Sun Wuxuan to send it to the Zhenyuan celestial sect. The reconstruction of the ancient heaven realm meant that the underworld had recovered, and the demon race's demon emperor had succeeded. These forces did not come to the underworld to make trouble. Instead, they paid attention to the ancient heaven realm. The ancient heaven realm was the place where they would fight and determine the final victor. They weren't idling around in the underworld. Instead, They were flipping through ancient books to find information about immortal spirits recorded in the underworld. Back then, the immortal realm had launched a large-scale attack and almost destroyed the underworld. Those temples and buildings were all destroyed by immortal spirits. However, no one knew who was responsible for the defeat of the immortal spirits, and there were no records of it in the ancient books of the underworld. Heavenly monarch Ziwei's ransom had arrived, as well as the demon court's reward. The two heavenly kings each had 2 million, and the demon court's reward was only 1 million. There was another sentence, and that was to give him all the ransom as a reward. This almost angered Sun Wuxuan to death. The demon emperor directly gave all the rewards of the demon court to his subordinates. He took 4 million essence, energy, and spirit as a ransom and began to cultivate in seclusion in the netherworld. Jiang Changkong also went into seclusion. However, he entered the primal chaos from the sealed area. 54 million essence, energy, and spirit. He first perfected the postnatal chaos Tao body, and then broke through to become a god emperor. This time, the heavenly Tao fragment was still supporting him, and there were 2 of them at the same time. The Khanate divine pattern fused into his flesh and blood, and his entire body was covered in azure light. The chaos divine power was also rapidly transforming into Khanate chaos divine power. At this moment, he was like the immortal spirits from before, completely integrated into the primal chaos. The primal chaos evolved, and all aspects of the transformation were exuded. A true exalted god, exalted immortal, reversing postnatal and becoming a Khanate. The restraints on his body were all severed, and he completely broke away from the laws of the celestial world. He peered into the essence, jumped out of the celestial world, and was no longer within the 5 elements. Celestial Emperor. The transformation lasted for an hour, and the ancient divine pattern in Jiang Changkong's body shone. The Khanate divine power in his body was vast and mighty. His bones, flesh, and blood all glowed with azure light. The chaos divine power also flashed with azure divine light. As the Khanate divine power transformed, Jiang Changkong felt everything in front of him change. The space in the distant underworld was pitifully fragile and could be torn apart at any time. He could tear apart space and go anywhere he wanted to go. Of course, it was in the immortal world. The many laws of the immortal world were clearly visible to him. This was an immortal emperor. He had already jumped out of the basic restraints of the immortal world and was unrestricted. If not for the primal chaos isolating space and enveloping the immortal world, immortal emperors could completely cross the endless space and go to other worlds. Of course, the world he was talking about was not the mortal domain. He stood up, and the power in his body surged. Compared to before, it was more than 10 times stronger. If he met an early-stage immortal emperor again, he could kill him with a finger. The reincarnation plate and Panga banner were both hidden in his body, and they were being tempered by the Khanate divine power. The demon ancestor's fragment had already been suppressed fiercely. In front of the reincarnation plate, it didn't even dare to let out a fart. Given his current strength, although the fragment was powerful, it could no longer do anything to him. It was just a fragment, and it was at most a peak 7th grade. Of course, this fragment was enough for him to use now. If it was the reincarnation plate, it wouldn't be able to unleash much power. Jiang Changkong, early stage immortal emperor, god emperor, 7 transference mystic art, basics, 1/500, 000 Khanate chaotic Tao body, basics, 1/500, 000 Golden Crow Immortal Sutra, basics, 1/6 2500 essence energy spirit, 97 million without hesitation. Jiang Changkong continued to improve, directly becoming a mid-stage immortal emperor. The divine power in his body transformed again. Jiang Changkong felt that his improvement this time wasn't any weaker than breaking through a major realm. At the mid-stage immortal emperor, even a small realm difference was terrifying. Everything was converted to Khanate. Jiang Changkong didn't know how strong he was, but he definitely wouldn't be able to beat Sun Wuxuan. Jiang Changkong, middle stage immortal emperor, god emperor, 7 transference mystic art, initial success 1/2 000 Khanate chaotic Tao body, initial success 1/2 000 Golden Crow Immortal Sutra, initial success 1/250 Essence Energy Spirit 1907500. Jiang Changkong looked at the numbers. The Golden Crow Immortal Sutra was cheap. Deshang should be around 1 million. He could definitely improve to the peak. He would be a peak immortal emperor. Jiang Changkong continued to improve, directly improving the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra to perfection. He also became a peak immortal emperor in one step. Now that he was in the immortal emperor realm, he should only have to be wary of people like Sun Wuxuan. Ordinary peak immortal emperors didn't need to use the divine artifact fragments or the samsara disc. His essence, energy, and spirit were only left with 650,000 points. But the improvement of his strength was gratifying. The current him was a true expert. He didn't know how the ancient heaven realm's reconstruction was going. He first went to improve the demon emperor's strength, but his divine body was a little weak. When he went out, he would find a chaos divine stone and refine it for him. He quietly went to the demon emperor's seclusion place. Sun Wuxuan went to busy himself. He didn't need to guard the demon emperor at all times. After improving the demon emperor's strength, Jiang Changkong directly left and prepared to go to the ancient heaven realm. Rumble. Unexpectedly, just as he entered the celestial world, lightning surged in the sky. Dark clouds covered hundreds of thousands of miles, and all kinds of divine lightning were brewing in the sky. This is Lightning Tribulation? Chapter 680. With the return of the heavenly Tao, 6 pieces had already recovered. The ancient heaven realm had been reorganized, and the heavenly Tao had mostly returned. It began to control the mortal world and ancient heaven realm. If he wanted to improve, he had to transcend the lightning tribulation first. He broke through in the chaos, and the heavenly Tao didn't care. Now that he had entered the immortal world, it naturally wouldn't let him go. As for the underworld, it was too weak. If the heavenly Tao activated the lightning tribulation there, it would directly destroy the underworld. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell and tore through space. Jiang Changkong could even see the chaos in the spatial crack. The heavenly Tao really didn't care about feelings at all. This lightning was already at the peak immortal emperor level. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. The power in Jiang Changkong's body shrank rapidly, and his strength declined rapidly. The descending lightning suddenly stopped. Then a small lightning split off and struck his body. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the lightning tribulation dissipated. The heavenly emperor's method, concealing the heavenly secrets. The sages couldn't see through his cultivation level, and the heavens couldn't change it. The current heavenly Tao was incomplete and crippled. As long as he hid, the heavenly Tao would treat him as an ordinary early-stage immortal and leave. Jiang Changkong tore through space and left. Perhaps the heavenly Tao was still at a loss. Was there a problem with this early-stage immortal? Should he force it? Previously, when the lightning tribulation enveloped, many immortals were also at a loss. Why did such a huge commotion suddenly disappear? Could it be that the mighty figure couldn't even survive the first, weakest bolt of lightning? Jiang Changkong ignored them and appeared directly in the East Sea. However, above the East Sea, lightning filled the sky. The heavenly Tao returned, and everything was reshuffled. Those who hadn't transcended the lightning tribulation in the past all began to transcend it, including the little dragon king. Jiang Changkong discovered problem. The lightning tribulations of those with sins on their bodies were very strong, and they were on the verge of being exterminated. As for the little dragon king, his lightning tribulation was very weak and was basically just a formality. This was the heavenly Tao. It was said that those who followed the heavenly Tao were treated well. It was said that the heavenly Tao was fair and rewarded meritorious deeds. He saw the little Dragon King rise to the heavens in a single step. After transcending the lightning tribulation, he became an immortal lord with the support of the power of heaven. Ao Qingyu also transcended the tribulation. She didn't contribute much, and it was just an ordinary lightning tribulation. Jiang Changkong found an evil demon that had committed a great crime. Before the thunder tribulation destroyed him, he killed the law enforcer. Immortals and fiends still had 10,000 heavenly powers. However, when the power of heaven transformed into essence, qi, and spirit, it shrunk by 10 times, becoming 10 to 1. Seeing that the little Dragon King and the others were fine, Jiang Changkong tore space and left. He saw pillars of light leading the immortals and deities into the sky, and these immortals were all at the immortal emperor realm. The heavenly Tao brought all the immortal emperors into the heavenly realm. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Changkong arrived above the West Sea and released the restrictions. The lightning tribulation started again. The might of a peak immortal emperor spread across the entire East Sea. There was also the remnant body of the devil ancestor here. He should have sensed it, but just didn't come out. The terrifying lightning tribulation destroyed the void, but Jiang Changkong's innate divine might combined with his innate chaotic Tao body to resist the lightning tribulation. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, completely unscathed. Rumble! Another 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the divine power barrier that Jiang Changkong had set up, but failed to break through the barrier. The power of the lightning continued to increase. Jiang Changkong realized that the heavenly Tao did not open a back door for him. However, he did not need it. He directly entered the tribulation clouds in the sky, and endless lightning swept over. The strength of these lightning bolts had reached the peak of the immortal emperor realm. Boom! Activating the chaotic golden body, Jiang Changkong tore the lightning and the tribulation clouds apart with a palm strike. Endless lightning bolts tore through his body, trying to destroy his life force. Endless lightning surged, and the connate chaotic divine power was boundless, drowning all the lightning. The lightning dissipated, and the tribulation clouds dispersed. A golden pillar of light shone down, guiding him to the heavenly realm. From today onwards, if one wanted to go to the heavenly realm, other than the 4 major factions' passageways, as long as one reached the immortal emperor realm, the heavenly Tao would guide them. However, if one wanted to come down, they still had to come down from the 4 major passageways. Under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, Jiang Changkong passed through layers of space and returned to the ancient heaven realm. The current ancient heaven realm had become a vast world, a vast and boundless heavenly realm. In the sky, there are ancient divine stars, as if they could be touched by reaching out. He stood on a peak and looked into the distance. An ancient mountain pierced through the sky, connecting the sky and the chaos outside. Buzhou! A divine mountain appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. From the immortal world below, it connected to the heavenly realm, to the chaotic divine mountain. An ancient pressure emanated from the divine mountain. It was very faint and weak. After all, the distance was too far, and the broken Buzhou divine mountain was no longer the same divine mountain at the beginning of the world. Roar! Roars resounded. Ferocious beasts ran on the ground and flew in the sky. Buzz! Rumble! The immortal palace appeared in the sky of the ancient heaven realm. Jiang Changkong saw the heavenly court. A giant tens of thousands of feet tall, wearing a dragon robe and a crown, looked at Buzhou divine mountain. Screech! The golden crow cried, and the demon court appeared. The golden crow looked down on the world. Next, the celestial court and the celestial court appeared one after another. Their subordinates also came up. They were going to move to become the true masters of the heavenly realm and unify the world. The jade token in Jiang Changkong's hand lit up, and powerful auras walked out from the divine planet and joined forces. the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. The fifth major force. Screech. Another golden crow screech. The Demon Emperor had also arrived. Although the Demon Emperor's lightning tribulation was not weak, it could not stop him. The Demon Emperor was directly teleported to the Demon Court, where the golden crow was. Jiang Changkong was not in a hurry to go to the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. He did not know if the four major forces would directly kill them. If they would, he would only be looking for trouble if he went there now. In the sky, the divine stars released majestic divine light, sprinkling down on the heavenly realm as if to celebrate the return of the heavenly Tao. As the divine stars sprinkled down, the strength of the immortals in the heavenly realm increased rapidly. Jiang Changkong did not feel anything. At his level, it was very difficult to improve. The immortal emperors could at most improve a little after obtaining the divine light. The 10,000 feet tall figures dispersed one after another. The leaders of the four major forces, the four immortal supremes, continued to guard their immortal palaces. As for the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, they opened up cave abodes in the divine stars. The major forces did not make a move. They only looked at each other before leaving. Jiang Changkong was about to move when he suddenly paused. The Demon Emperor wanted to see the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor must be anxious by now. The jade token of the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance glowed, as if urging him to go to the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. I'll meet the Demon Emperor first, then go to the so-called Itinerant Cultivators Alliance and see what they plan. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and sat down. The Demon Emperor Palace appeared in the Demon Court. Kuan Yu looked at him with his hands behind his back, looking pleased. The heavenly realm was reorganized, and now the Demon Emperor was under the nose of the Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor, the Demon Emperor wants to see you. Feng Nine was very polite. He was not an idiot like Kuan Yu. Did he really think that just because he was a descendant of the Kuan Peng, he could really become the Demon Master? In the past, his position was very stable, but now it was different. He had lost the face of the demon race. I have always wanted to see the Demon Emperor. Please lead the way, Demon Master, said the Demon Emperor lightly. Sun Wuxuan followed beside him. Although the Demon Emperor was very powerful, he did not care. Huagua Mountain was not without immortal supremes. Chapter 681. The ancient heaven realm had reformed. Almost all the celestial world's experts had gathered in the heaven realm. The divine stars were still shining. It seemed like they wouldn't stop anytime soon. The Demon Court, the Immortal Palace, the Demon Emperor arrived. There were many auspicious clouds and thousands of auspicious colors. In a pavilion, the golden crow-robed Demon Emperor sat inside. Kuan Yu and Feng Jiu came with the Demon Emperor and Sun Wuxuan. The Demon Emperor stood up with a smile. Second brother, Big Brother finally meets you. Big Brother. The Demon Emperor cupped his hands. He didn't expect the Demon Emperor to call him Second Brother. He could accept it if the Demon Emperor put on airs, but he was surprised by the Demon Emperor's enthusiasm. Sit, the Demon Emperor said. Demon Master, bring me the moon wine. I want to have a good time with Second Brother. Kuan Yu was dumbfounded. Shouldn't you show off the Demon Emperor's aura and let this Demon Emperor know who the boss is? The moon wine was the Demon Emperor's treasure. It was a true top-grade immortal wine. Even immortal sovereigns couldn't drink it. Wasn't it a waste to use such precious immortal wine to entertain the Demon Emperor? But since the Demon Emperor said so, Kuan Yu could only go down to get the wine. Immortal Emperor's son, you should also sit and taste my extreme Yin wine. The Demon Emperor said with a smile, then he emotionally said, during this period of time, it has been hard on Immortal Emperor's son to take care of Second Brother. Sun Wuxuan didn't know what the Demon Emperor was thinking. He chuckled. It's fine. It's my duty to support the Demon Emperor. I have to thank you for your hospitality. This monkey was also tempted by the moon wine. This was an immortal wine that couldn't be drunk even if he wanted to. Supporting the Demon Emperor was his duty? Why didn't you work for the demon court before the demon emperor appeared? Can't you support me, the demon emperor? The demon emperor didn't seem to hear the difference in his words. Actually, when second brother appeared, I wanted to go find second brother. But the demon race was busy, so I delayed until today. What are you saying, big brother? Of course, the demon emperor has to prioritize the demon race and the demon court. The demon emperor smiled. I'm already very grateful that you don't blame me for reviving the heavenly Tao fragment. Heaven chooses the fated. Since heaven has chosen second brother, then this is second brother's destiny. The demon Dharch was very forthright and didn't feel the slightest heartache about the benefits brought by the netherworld. At this moment, Kuin Yu brought the extreme Een brew over and left. The demon emperor clearly knew that the demon emperor and the demon master didn't get along, so he didn't ask Kuin Yu to stay for a drink. Kuin Yu felt even more depressed. He felt that he had fallen out of favor. The wine was like the moon, silvery and cold. Come, second brother, Emperor Wu Xian, let's have a toast. The demon, the arch, raised his cup. The wine cup was very small and was equivalent to a small sip. It was as if he had drunk a cup of moonlight. The demon emperor's body was bathed in the moonlight. At this moment, he felt that everything was far away from him. It was as if the only thing left in the world was the moonlight. Lonely, cold, the next moment, that feeling dissipated. Everything disappeared. The Beast King sighed, "What a strange brew." Sun Wuxuan's furry claws hurriedly grabbed the wine pot and filled it for them, then filled his own cup. Of course, he poured the wine for the demon, the arch, first. After all, this was the demon Thearcha's territory, and the wine was also his. He wasn't stupid. The extreme brew is extremely precious. It is brewed from connate materials that only existed in the primordial era. The demon Tharch said slowly with a trace of reminiscence. Back then, the primordial demon, Tharch, loved this extreme Een brew the most. The demon, the arch, tasted another cup and didn't say anything. Sun Wuxuan drank by himself and poured a cup for them. The demon, the arch, looked outside the demon court and said in a low voice, "Now a new era has arrived. The heavenly court, the celestial court, and our demon court. Only one will laugh until the end and unify the celestial world." The demon Thearcha's expression was solemn. Dong Huang Changyue will definitely unify the celestial world for the monster race and recreate the glory of the primordial demon court. With second brother's help, I will definitely be able to sweep away all obstacles. The demon Tharch laughed and then said, "However, we still need to be careful of another force, the so-called itinerant cultivator alliance." The demon, Tharch, said indifferently with disdain. The demon Tharch shook his head and laughed. "A group of weaklings who only want to live. They are not a force. I don't care about them. Haven't you been asking around these days? Celestial spirits?" The demon Thearcha's expression became solemn. Sun Wuxuan paused for a moment. He felt that the small cup was too uncomfortable, so he hugged the wine pot. "That's right. Celestial spirits haven't truly disappeared. They are hiding in various places in the celestial world." The demon Thearcha's expression was solemn and full of killing intent. Some time ago, I discovered that some celestial spirits have already infiltrated the upper echelons of the demon court. The demon, the arch, nodded. He already knew about these things. It was because of these celestial spirits that no celestial emperor went after his main body. The power of heaven can find celestial spirits. I have already purged the demon court. I believe the other forces should be about the same. The demon, the arch, said, "But I can't find the nest of celestial spirits." What exactly are these celestial spirits? Can you explain them? The demon, the arch, pondered. The demon, the arch, thought and said, "Celestial spirits look no different from ordinary celestial gods. Celestial spirits could be said to be celestial gods. They could be humans, demons, or even ghosts. They didn't have any special characteristics. There was only one thing, and that was that the heavenly Tao didn't tolerate them. Once the heavenly Tao discovered celestial spirits, it would attack. Of course, the heavenly Tao was still incomplete. The power to attack was not particularly strong, so they needed to take action. The demon Dharch smiled faintly. Now that the heavenly Tao has returned, celestial spirits can no longer hide. Since they have been purged, there is nothing to worry about. The demon Dharch sighed. No, because we haven't found the nest of celestial spirits. They have all been restricted, so we can't pry into their souls. To be able to set up restrictions for celestial emperors, and more than one at that, there must be a celestial sovereign behind the celestial spirits. We can pay attention to the celestial court. There should be a problem with the celestial court, the demon Dharch said. The demon Dharch nodded and began to explain the current situation. The demon court was the most difficult. In terms of strength, they were not weaker than any of the forces. But they, the descendants of the archaic demon court, had once ruled the heaven realm. Therefore, the three forces targeted the demon court at all times to prevent them from rising and recreating the glory of the archaic demon court. The demon court could be said to be treading on thin ice, afraid of being besieged by the three forces. Fortunately, the three forces were not of one mind. They were also afraid of the terrifying strength of the demon race, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. The demon, Dharch, silently remembered all this. He had a clear understanding of the forces of the heaven realm. Now that the underworld had joined the demon court, its strength had increased. The demon, Dharch, also expressed his absolute trust in him. He had been too busy before, so he had neglected his second brother. Next was the golden crow egg in the heavenly court. The demon Dharch was thinking of a way to get it back, so there was no need for the demon Dharch to worry about this. The demon, Dharch, was relaxed. The two finished talking and were about to drink when they found that the moon brew had already been ruined by Sun Wuxuan. The demon, Dharch, was helpless and did not take out the moon brew again. Instead, he got someone to bring new celestial wine and continued to drink with his second brother.